tourism. What we're working on in a number of programs is ecotourism. Basically, the wealth of the tourism sector is based on the nature in the country, be it birds, be it landscapes, be it mountains, be it rivers, being the 100 shades of green throughout the country. That is something that Uganda can market much more strongly than has happened so far. So we're trying to support the different agents in the country to bring that message across outside the country. And then the last element is already linked to the ecotourism, is conservation and community managed tourism. So there we have a number of initiatives ongoing, but we'd like to expand that. Conserving the nature is, of course, guaranteeing the future of tourism in the country as well. If we destroy it, there's no reason to come and visit it anymore. So that in a nutshell, what as the EU we are supporting and going to support in this sector. Overall, of course, with the idea to conserve nature and the wealth of Uganda, to create wealth for the population and create jobs for individuals. It made me aware that in the program that we're developing now, there's no specific focus on women. It will not be a program that's only focused on that, but it really put me down to the question, okay, what are we going to do specifically within these different elements, other than create jobs in the hospitality sector where the women are working already? What can we do to actually guide this process a bit more? So for me, food for thought while we are continuing further discussions with the sector. What can we do to actually bring this focus into the program? As a last point, I would like to already inform you or announce that the 5th to the 7th of March, the EU organizes its third Uganda EU Business Forum, where we have a specific pavilion on sustainable tourism. We have 4 economic sectors, of which one is sustainable tourism. It will take place in Kampala, so yes, I would definitely hope to see there some of the women birders associations, some of the tour operators. Let's see whether we can focus there already on the women in the business. I'm looking forward to hear a bit more, to meet a few people today. I will indeed not stay the whole day, but I'll stay a bit longer. And thank you very much. Very happy to be here.
Such a powerful day that, you know, when I talk of European Union, you know what it means. Everything you have said is a statement, and therefore, the women brothers, please follow it up, and I will invite you for the Tourism Summit coming very soon. We have the Tourism Investors Summit coming very soon, and we shall invite you to participate, probably in March. You know, it's very difficult in many societies to find people of the same names doing the same jobs, you know, and people thinking they are brothers or twins. It so happened that Achilles, the Ruhanga, has been my friend for a long time, doing the same things, bird watching, conservation, education, but he tends to be more into research. I tend to be more in tourism because I'm more commercially oriented, but I do tourism and conservation, and then making people work and so that they can survive. So we always work together. And I can tell you, it was through BirdLife International, through Nature Uganda, that I was able to be sent to South Africa to do the training as the trainer of bird guides in 2001. I spent a month in Wakestrom, and recently I discovered an OG, my OG from South Africa, Findili, please just put up your hand. She looks like Ugandan, it's right there. We started in the same school. So from that time, if Nature Uganda wasn't there, we're not going to do anything, because it was a connection between Global Council, Massachusetts Audubon Society by then was very closely working with the BirdLife International, and they were able to sponsor us to go and train. So when I came back, I made a decision that I am going to put my foot on the ground. If soldiers do their work, teachers do their work, the policemen do their work, I am going to do this thing as well. We must have guides in this country. So from that time, I redesigned courses for the guides, tour operators, and we've been moving on that, really. It has worked very well, and now we have reached a level of certification. All guides in Uganda must have a license. You see how it works? Starting from bird watching, getting out to everything. So now our tour operators have to get licenses, guides must get licenses. So actually, we really appreciate. And all the information you see we're using in bird watching now is largely coming from Nature Uganda because they do a lot of research. And that's why we made sure he comes at the beginning of this conference, and he gives you what we are going through, the challenges we have in conservation, so that you know this partnership we have, how it has helped us to get this far. And actually, when Judith was doing research, undergraduate, we sent her to Nature Uganda. So she didn't mention that. She's Nature Uganda partner from the office. Whatever she says, some of the words that here she's using come from Achilles. So they are like sisters. Achilles, you are welcome. Please give Achilles a round of applause, my mentor.
Thank you very much, Herbert, for the compliments. Oral protocol observed. I'm more of a scientist, so I'm not very good at protocol. But we appreciate everyone who has managed to come and participate in this inaugural International Women Birders Conference. I think we need to give them a very big applaud for really coming up to this far. So thank you very much, Herbert and Judith. My name is Achilles Byarhanga. I can see the slide over there, but they are not on the main screen. I think somehow, oh, there you go. Okay, fine. My name is Achilles Byarhanga. I work with Nature Uganda, and I'm the executive director. I've been working at this organization for over 25 years now. So if you're thinking about people who stay longer, I'm one of them. What I'm going to be talking about, and the topic they gave me, is bird habitat conservation. And I thought I would take you through what we have gone through in terms of making birding or making birds and birding what it is today in Uganda. The process I will go through is about the state of the birds now. Where are we? We are talking about birding, but what is the status or the state of birds and birding in Uganda? What are the pressures that we are facing to conserve birds? And what are responses or investments that have made to make birds and birding an important product in this country? Let me see whether it works. Yes, it works. So, so as I said, I come from Nature Uganda. We are quite an old organization. We were set up in 1909, so we are over 120 years old. We were set up as East Africa Natural History Society. But as the countries got independent, even the society started becoming autonomous in various countries. So we are Nature Uganda here. If you go to Kenya, you'll find that Nature Kenya. If you go to Tanzania, you'll find that Nature Tanzania. But although autonomous, sometimes we come together and we work on regional or global projects. So what we do is research, trying to avail information for conservation, but also for tourism development. We do conservation work. So it's not only doing research, but we fold our sleeves sometimes and do conservation work, particularly on priority species, as I mentioned them. And then thirdly, we look at public awareness and education We are a membership organization, so if you're not a member, please let me know. And what the map shows is the areas that Nature Uganda has got operations, where we have got some work. It may be research, it may be conservation, it may be public awareness and education. As Herbert mentioned, we are members of BirdLife International. I'm happy to see my colleague from South Africa. So BirdLife South Africa is our partner. And the green patches show the different countries that BirdLife has got footprint. We are in over 25 countries now, but the idea is to cover the whole of Africa in the next 5 years. Okay, so I think let's leave Nature Uganda and go to the business of today. So birds, we talk about birds, but what are we talking about actually? Most of us will know that there are these animals that fly around. I was happy to hear in one of the visitors appreciating marabou storks. When we talk about marabou storks, people think these are dirty birds, they're in town, they should be killed. I remember in the late 1990s, we had a very big problem with the Kampala City Council. They wanted to kill them because they thought they were very dirty and they should get out of town. I met the town clerk at one time, and he said, Mr. Byarhanga, I think you need to take your birds out of town because I'm managing a town of people, not a town of birds. But the marabou storks insisted. They stayed around, and they're still here. And I was happy to see somebody appreciating marabou storks as one of the exciting things I saw in Uganda. But when you see them here in town, you don't appreciate them. But birds are important elements of our ecosystem. They are the best environmental indicators all around the world. So you can find birds in any part of the country. You go to the mountains, to the seas, to the desert, to anywhere you go, you will find birds. And they make a very important, probably the best indicators of our ecosystem. That map you see with dark patches and hope it does, yes? Unfortunately, the pointer doesn't work. The dark patches indicate high diversity. So where you see the darker patches is where we've got the highest diversity of birds. And I'm sure you can tell where Uganda is on that little white patch in the middle of the dark patch. That's Lake Victoria. And you can see it is probably one of the most high concentrated part of Africa. That shows how Uganda is. And Maurice did give us some statistics at the beginning. You are not exactly, but very close. We about 1,060 bird species in Uganda. You know, sometimes you can split hairs and get a few more. And that indeed makes us one of the richest countries in the world. One of the studies that I'm trying to look at is the density. If you're looking at the density of birds per square kilometer, Uganda is the richest country in Africa in terms of bird population. And we are surrounded by a lot of ecological or vegetation zones. That's why we are very rich. We have got high mountains, we have got low mountains, we have got semi-arid areas, we have got open waters, and that makes Uganda a very rich place. I will not go into species identification because I think since you are birders here, you'll probably recognize those pictures I'll be using. And using this diversity together with all our BirdLife International partners, we have tried to identify what are the most important places for conservation of birds in the world. And we've also done it in Africa. Again, we look at the African continent there. Those green patches you see are what we call the important bird areas. Today, they are actually now called key biodiversity areas, and I will tell you why in a minute. So If again you look at those various patches, again you see East Africa has more concentration of those patches than the rest of the continent. Those are important bird areas. We have got 1,230 important bird areas, but if you put them together, they cover more than 90% of the total biodiversity on the African continent, which means the important bird areas are actually important biodiversity areas. In Uganda, we have got 30 of them, 30 important bird areas. And if you're looking at biodiversity, the 34 important bird areas cover 87% of the total biodiversity of Uganda. So which means if you want to conserve biodiversity in Uganda, just look at birds and conserve the areas that are rich in birds, because you have covered almost all the other groups of plants and animals. When the protected area network was put together in the 1930s and 1940s, one of the habitats was actually left out, and that's the wetlands. The wetlands were considered wastelands, and therefore you don't find many wetlands in protected areas. In fact, even where you find wetlands in a national park, they will be outside the protected area. But in the late 90s and early 2000s, we had to try and find out how we can put together some sites that would include the wetland habitats. We used the Ramsar Convention, and now we have got 12 Ramsar sites. 2 more have been proposed, and they constitute about 700,000 hectares that is now protected. But now, if you put together all the Ramsar sites, they contain about 95% of all wetland species. So now, if you put together the forest reserves, you put together the national parks, and put together the Ramsar sites, then we have got about 98% of the birds of Uganda. So we know where the birds are, and we know how to conserve them. We are not the ones who have just started looking at birds. There are people who got interested much earlier. In the about 1900, one of the researchers, Markworth, Praed, and Grant, they wrote the first book on birds of East Africa. They identified Uganda as a hidden Eden, a wonderland for birds. And I tend to think that when Churchill came a little later and described the country as the Pearl of Africa, I think he had read this book. And what he was talking about, the pearl for Uganda, it must be the diversity of birds. That's my thinking, and I'm not biased. I think the engineers, my screen is off. So as I said, we have 1,060 plus species. Mollis, now you can get the exact statistics. That's about 48% of total species found on the African continent. And you can do the math for the world. It's about 10%. The 34 important bird areas contain 98% of all the species for Uganda. Okay, and when you're doing birding, where do you actually go? When I was with Judith at my office, we tried to develop a set of species that we call common birds for Uganda. Because in Europe we have got common birds, in the US we have got common birds, and we wanted to do something similar, the common birds for Uganda. And we worked on it for several months, actually, probably even a year, and we failed because we don't have common birds for Uganda. The reason is that Uganda is so diverse that each part of the country has its own set of common birds. So we couldn't get the united common birds for Uganda. So if you go to the northeast in the Karamoja area, the birds you see there are completely different from what you see in a different country. That is the Somali Maasai biome, which has got a different set of species. If you go to Acholi, Alu, West Nile, that is the Sudan-Guinea species, biome, you find a completely different set of species. If you go to the Albertine Rift, and that's the most popular place, you will find a completely different set of species, like some of those that I'm showing there. You come in the Lake Victoria basin, that's where you find different set of species. And Mollis, that's where you find your shoebill. Maybe I'll tell you more about the shoebill later. If you go to the eastern wetlands, you'll find a completely different set of wetlands and different set of species. So if you want to see birds in Uganda, you need to do what I think my colleagues in the birding community called an itinerary, and make sure that you visit all those different sets of species. I've taken a trip around to cover all of them, and I recorded 687 species in 18 days. That's the many that you can see. So on 18 days, you will see more birds that you can see in the whole of the United States of America. If you go for a trip of 14 days, you will see all the species and more than you can see in 20 years in the United Kingdom. So that's how Uganda's diversity is. So you need to go around. And indeed, now you can find birds on almost all the insignia in the country. I think the Uganda birders, you need to mark some of those places and go there for support. The picture with the marabou stork actually was taken at Bank of Uganda. So, and I like the picture because it seems to give me quite a lot of memories, and you can find birds on police, on Uganda Airlines, on our currencies. So it's not like we just see the birds and appreciate them, but they have also come into our important insignia in the country. I will tell you more about the crested crane in a minute. To know the state of birds, you must do research. You must study. You must go out and discover these areas. The map shows, maybe not very clear, it shows the areas that we have been monitoring for over 25 years. That's where all this information that we're using is coming from. But sorry to start with this graph. When you look at the graph, that is an index of biodiversity in Uganda. It shows that the numbers of species have been declining over the last 20 plus years. Why? And I will talk about it. The pressures on these species is so high. The forest cover that we had in 1900, which was about 48% of the country, now it only covers 8%. You can hardly almost find any natural forest reserve outside the protected area system. The wetlands from 1994 has reduced from 15% to only 8%. And you talk about reduction of habitat, it means reduction of birds. If you zoom into some of these habitats, like forest reserves, then when you go in the forest, it's not like all the species occupy all the area. There are species that are restricted inside the forest, so which means if you remove the forest, they are gone. There are generalists which you'll find on the edge. There are others that will be visitors. So each habitat has got its own characteristics. And using these studies, now we know that some of the species are very, very threatened. In the whole of the African continent, we have got about 276 species that are globally threatened. And out of those, Uganda has 33 globally threatened species, and 4 of them are critically endangered. Critically endangered means if we can't do anything about it, they can disappear in the next 25 years. That's what it means. So 4 of our species, they are vultures, like that one, that's a white-headed vulture, and they are globally threatened. So we need to do something. If you have got, Judith, if you have got to continue promoting birding and birding tourism, we need to start with conserving these species where they are. Fortunately, the big numbers are still quite in good shape. The green patch shows the species which are of least concern. So they're still okay. But this is what I was talking about. If you look at the threat, then there are some that we need to look at very quickly. The reason that the vultures are more threatened, I think you all know, you have seen it with the lions. When you poison an animal, the vultures are the first to come and check, and then they will take the poison. So that's mainly how they are getting threatened. The crested crane is even a bit of a sad story. About 1970s, we had nearly 100,000 of them, and I think some of us, when we were young, you wouldn't avoid listening the booming sound of the crested crane in our neighborhood. I'm not sure we still listen to it now, because since 1970s to now, we have lost about 80% of the species, from 100,000, and the 2022 census that we made, we now have about 10,000. If you look at the decline of wetlands and look at the decline of cranes, it is directly proportional. So meaning we lose the wetlands, we lose some of these species that are restricted to these habitats. Okay, but it's not all doom and gloom. If you look at some of the species, and I use quite common species that we can all recognize, like the kingfisher there, some of them, the numbers are going up. Okay, so you can see the numbers are going up in the last 20 plus years. But hold on a bit. If you look at what is actually increasing, there are birds in the protected area network. So the black dots are birds in the protected area network. Those outside are either declining or stable. Even for a similar species like this one, we don't eat birds, I think, for most cultures in Uganda. The kingfisher, but still you can see that it is just a bit stable or declining outside the protected areas. In protected areas, it is increasing. So the message is very clear. We need to protect these species and protect the habitat. The same applies to the fish eagle. If you look at the fish eagle, which is an iconic bird, I think, in most countries, in protected areas, the numbers are going up. Outside, the numbers are either going down or just about stable. Again, the message is clear. We need to protect the habitats for these species if you are going to continue enjoying tourism. In the farmlands, outside protected areas, the index shown there is that the numbers are going down. This is the World Bird Index for birds. In the farmland, the numbers are going down. Tomorrow, Nature Uganda has a public talk on pesticides, and one of the problems are those pesticides and agrochemicals. And globally, the next graph, it's not only in Uganda, but in all countries almost, the numbers outside protected areas is going down. Okay, again, this is just to emphasize the point that in Uganda, because of our mixed cropping, it was actually good for birds. Mixed cropping, it is mixed habitats for birds. So in most areas where we have got mixed cropping, we actually have steady increase of species. So it is when you get into monoculture that then you start having problems with the conservation of birds. So I think I've been talking about the pressures as I went along. This is an iconic picture. I think most people have gone to Bwindi in Penetrable National Park. You have seen this place. So we have got quite a fantastic, nice habitat forest for birds. Bwindi is one of the probably best birding sites on the globe. But just outside the park, you just find the agricultural landscape, which is almost devoid of trees. And this is a characteristic in most areas. And what are the main challenges? This is an Africa-wide graph. We are talking about over harvesting of materials. It could be in any habitat. And then agriculture. Agriculture is again another problem. But if you put together the first two bottom factors, they constitute what we call habitat loss. So habitat loss is the main challenge. Habitat loss is the main driver to species extinction. We did conduct also a study on the Albertine Rift using the endemic species and try to project the changes that are predicted by climate change. Our colleagues are in Dubai trying to look at climate change, impact of climate change. And when we looked at it in 2010 and tried to predict what will happen if the changes predicted in climate change models happen, this is what we saw. So the present is 2010. That is the picture to the top. That's a Rigo sandbird, so it's one of the species that we used. And when we applied the changes predicted, by 2025, you can see the red colors changing. Those are the endemic species. So they are going down. So the habitat favorable for endemic species in the Albertine Rift will change with the predicted changes of climate change effect. If you put it, if you move forward to 2085, that is the last photograph at the bottom. So chances are that by 2085, if climate predictions happen as they are, we are probably not going to have any endemic species in the Albertine Rift. That's how bad it is. So one of the other challenges to bird conservation is climate change. So how do we respond? How do we respond to all these pressures? So I used my own picture, but that was an award that was provided to Nature Uganda for their best practices in saving globally threatened species, looking at Uganda as an example. So in Uganda, there are quite a lot of good things that have happened. One, we have got a very good regulatory framework. We have got good laws. We have got good policies. If you look at the Wildlife Act or Forestry Act, most recently, I think about 2 months ago, there is a gazetteer that came out that is gazetting all wetlands of Uganda. So all wetlands of Uganda now are gazetted as protected areas. So we have got very good laws, and that's very good. I mean, that gives us a lot of hope. We have got a lot of species action plans, single species action plans, but also site action plans. We also have the international recognized sites like Ramsar site, which were not there before. And then outside the protected areas, quite a number of organizations are working with the communities. And I think the birders have been doing that, to try and work with the communities to conserve species that are outside protected area system. And Judith has been at it on one of the sites called Mabamba, which is the main, I think the best place for seeing the shoebill in the world, working with the communities to try and protect those species. So put together all these frameworks, then species of birds have got some hope. Probably the predictions of climate change will not come to pass, will not happen. And then about to finish, the future prospects are also good. When we look at tourism development, I think before COVID, we're raising about $1.5 billion, Herbert, if I'm not mistaken, from tourism-related activities. And now the numbers are starting to come up. But when you look at the people who come to Uganda for tourism, most of them are likely to be carrying these gadgets that Judith was showing. And for me, as long as I see you with a pair of binoculars, one of the things that I will think about is that one of your targets is bats. That's what I think immediately. I don't think you need binoculars to see elephants, not even mountain gorillas. So when I see you with binoculars, I think you are looking for bats, in addition to other things. But like Herbert mentioned, when we started in the 1990s, that's when we were starting to discover this. It was very, very difficult. I think I and Herbert were arrested several times in the 1990s because we were carrying binoculars and telescopes. And I remember one time I was arrested in Masaka. I was watching birds in the police station. So I didn't even mind that there was a police station. And I didn't know that you don't use binoculars in a police station. So me, I was just there watching my birds. And then the policemen came and surrounded me. And then one of them came and said, "Hello, how are you?" I thought this guy was interested in what I was watching. And he said, "Can I help you?" I said, "Yes, do you want to see birds? I can have these binoculars." He said, "No, you are under arrest." "What have I done?" He said, "You can go and talk about it at the police post." And of course, after explaining and all these kind of things, he said, "Okay, that's fine, I understand, but you man, why are you wasting time? You are a young man. You are supposed to go and look for a good job, and now you are here watching birds, wasting time. Why are you doing this?" That was in 1994. But as I speak, 25 years plus, the second most important tourism product in Uganda is birds. And if I look at what the money that is coming out, my estimate is probably $100, $200 million. That is a contribution from bird watching alone. So from being arrested in 1994 to now talking about one of the most important tourism products in Uganda, and also attending an important meeting, the Women's Birders Conference. So thank you very much. It has been a long way, but it has paid off. I didn't mean to use Herbert's picture there, but Herbert has been at it. I think has had a lot of his challenges, being called names and being, but he has not slowed down from that time up to now, particularly in areas of capacity building. One of the points I'm raising there, capacity building of youth and capacity building of women. You cannot promote tourism without guides. That's not possible. It cannot happen. So you need guides in order to promote tourism. And I think, Herbert, thank you very much for the big contribution that you have made to this country, promoting young men and young women to take lead in this important exercise. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for allowing me to come and share my experiences of birding and birds in Uganda. And Judith and your colleagues, I wish you good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Achilles, for running through our history in just in summary form. I've been arrested like 10 times. One time was soldiers. The army, I had a recorder which somebody had donated to me from UK, from RSPB members. It was like a gun, it's a long direction
microphone, Herbert.
Microphone, yes. And they came and arrested me, and I was a very nice story. When they arrested me, I was recording down in the swamp in Rugogo, and people came behind me and picked me up. They jacked me up, and I was recording, and I removed the recorder in the recorder itself. So when I removed my cable, it kept running. So they took me to Ginger Road Police Station, and whatever they said, I recorded it. So when we reached there, first after haggling, doing what, okay, we can forgive you. Okay, if you don't want to be a rebel, or whatever they said, they recorded it. We reached the police, and I said, "Can I talk to the CID?" I Who are you? You are arrested here. But no, I know him, he's my friend. No. I said, me, I want to talk to him. I know he's here. So they took him to his office, and when I entered there, he laughed. Why have they brought you here? I've been arrested. For what? For watching birds. Oh my God, what's the problem? Can you people go away? This is a bird watcher, he's a crazy man. So we went to his office, and I pulled out my record and played back. He just told me, Herbert, please, I beg you, delete that. Don't keep it. I told him I didn't want to keep it. I've deleted it, so you'll never see it again. So we've gone through so many things. Actually, you are a hero, and you know, when you are focusing on one direction, you never get tired. We are making it to this far. Uganda is being seen as one of the first countries to have the local women birders involved in this kind of thing, and it has activated many people in the world. There are so many groups around the world now, in Peru, in Colombia, in South Africa, in East Africa, many places, and we're happy about this. So it's a growing number. I think once we involve women, conservation will not be a problem to us. We'll be able to talk to the authorities to be able to change the laws in our favor of conservation and business. I thank you very much, Achilles, and the team who are here. Maybe one or two, three questions to these people, because it's very important, Maurice, as you know.
Yes, I agree.
The figures from Achilles could be confusing at some point. Some people want to ask him some questions. Others want to ask Judith how she made it here. And of course, the EU.
Judith has a presentation in the next session, so let them pack Judith's questions for the next session.
Okay, very good. So, any question for Achilles, please?
Yes.
There's one here.
There's
one lady here.
Closer?
A lady here, and
all right.
She has a question.
Thank you for your presentations. They were really amazing. The question I have for you is, have you done any studies on the impact of plastic pollution or waste on the decline in bird species? And I would also like to make a request. Because this is a conservation-related convention, perhaps we can try to avoid single-use plastic bottles from maybe tomorrow on, or even the evening session. Perhaps we can use, dispensers or jugs, something like that. Thank you.
Perfect question. You have to answer that one. Another question. The second
Yes,
one.
there's a lady on that side.
Yes.
Is that my South African sister?
Where is it?
Actually, you'll use that microphone next to you. We'll make sure it's working.
Yeah.
I saw this and I thought, yeah, South African.
Thank you so much. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. My name is Nandi from BirdLife South Africa. I just wanted to find out are there any other tools or methods that you are using in the areas that are outside the protected area network to try and conserve those other species, maybe such as biodiversity stewardship or OECM's other areas of conservation importance. I'd be interested to know, because I think that's a common challenge across the landscape. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other question? We can give actually the chance to respond to that, and then we get through the session. Dealing with bottles, for now, we're going to talk to the management. We'll see what is possible. If it is not possible, it's a process. It's what happens in another country may not happen easily in another country. But I know in Uganda they have started, and it's going hotel by hotel, and the things we want to do, all of us, in the travel business. Archie, go ahead. The microphone is sleeping. It's having breakfast. You can come here, please, and use this one here.
Thank you very much. Waste. I think one of the biggest vulture death events that we experienced in Uganda was actually on the West Dam. In Jinja, we lost about 40 birds, 40 individuals of the hooded vulture. And the hooded vulture is one of the critically endangered species that I talked about. Coincidentally, in Uganda, we have got quite a number of species that have adapted to living in urban centers. One of them is the Malab stock. And Kampala, I think, as far as I know, is the biggest breeding site for marabou stock in the world. So we have got the biggest breeding. I wanted to identify it as an important bird area, but I didn't know how to deal with conservation issues in the urban centers. But we still have quite a lot of species here, but they face a lot of challenges, and one of them is dying on rubbish dumps. But as we know, and I don't want to make another presentation, these birds in town are mainly scavengers. And the hooded vultures are scavengers, and the pied crows and kites, and marabou storks are scavengers. Just for information, since we are birders, in Kampala we have got about 10,000, in the non-breeding season, we've got about 10,000 marabou storks in the different parts of the city. And a marabou stork eats about 1 to 2 kilograms of food every day. So that's the diet. I mean, and marabou storks eat all these cats and dogs and whatever that are dead everywhere. So they are responsible for collecting all those. So 10,000 kilograms of food is eaten by marabou storks every day. That is 10 tons of garbage collected by marabou storks from Kampala City Council. What a big partner to our city for cleaning our environment. And if you didn't do that, you can imagine how much diseases would be coming from all these sort of things that are scattered everywhere that the authority would not even be able to find. But marabou storks are at it and helping us to clean the city. So they are quite an important partner. So I put in that example to show you how important it is to have some of these birds that feed on waste. In Asia, you even had bigger challenges because the vulture population collapsed by more than 95% because of similar problems, because they were feeding on what I may call waste, on cows that were thrown away, because in many parts of Asia, they don't eat cow, but was being fed on diclofenac as a painkiller. But diclofenac is a poisonous ingredient for birds. And by the time the scientists got to know, the vulture population had collapsed by more than 95%. So the examples all around the world indicating that we've got urban birds, they feed on waste, but they are important in our environment. The second question is about the conserving biodiversity outside protected areas. That is a very difficult one. Fortunately, in Uganda, again, as I said, in Uganda, we have got all the bad and good. In Uganda now we have got a strategy for wildlife conservation outside protected areas. That is very, very important, that Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities and Uganda Wildlife Authority have recognized that it is not only important to conserve national parks or wildlife reserves or forest reserves, but it's also important to conserve biodiversity outside the protected area system. So we have got a strategy, which is the first thing. But secondly, we also have quite a number of community initiatives, working with the communities to protect this work. Judith again will tell you a story about Mabamba. You cannot go and do anything about Mabamba now, and it's a site that's not protected, because communities are protecting it. In fact, they have a record. They are the only community and conservation organization in Uganda who have ever called a fire brigade to come and put a fire in the wetland. And the fire brigade came, but they, of course, they didn't drive in the water. But that's how important they think that wetland it is to the community. So we are using three processes. One, communities who live around forest reserves. We are using what we call collaborative forest management. So looking at how communities can partner with the authority to conserve those areas. Around wetlands, we're using what we call community conserved areas. again, trying to come up with an agreement with the communities on how they can protect the areas within their vicinity for some more incentives that you can provide to the community. And the bigger one is public awareness and education. People need to know. And my colleague there raised a very important question about waste management. Just a simple thing, waste management. I will end by telling you a story. I was driving with my colleague from Kampala to Mbarara, and of course every vehicle will have water in the car. And when we reached somewhere in between Mbarara and the Antonde, those who know the road, my colleague opened the car window and threw the bottle outside. And of course, then I told him, stop, 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 stop. And said, what's the problem? He said, stop, come on. Of course, he stopped. He thought there was something wrong. I ran back, picked the bottle, and came back in the vehicle, and I said, let's go. He didn't talk anything. He didn't say anything. So when we reached Mbarara, we were having a cup of tea, and then he asked me, said, Achilles, are you okay? I said, I'm fine. If you are not okay, we can go to the clinic and get some more, and some more medication. He said, what's the problem? I said, why are you going around picking bottles? Of course, as we know, it is mainly lunatics who are, picking bottles and, carrying them around. So the guy thought I was running mad because I told him to stop, and I picked the bottle. I gave him the story. And another time I met another friend of mine. He said, when you are in an analysis vehicle, make sure you don't drop a bottle outside. It will kill you. I said, why? He said, you cannot do it. So for things that I've done in the world, I know I changed one person, that you should not just throw away rubbish. You need to organize yourself. So it is important that we raise awareness of people to understand the importance of species, the importance of birds, the importance of a clean environment. And I think one of the visitors said, I was happy. When the community, the communities are smart, the communities are well respectable, and that is the thing what we want to show to the outside world, that in Uganda we are a disciplined society, we are a hospitable society. That's what I learned in primary school. So thank you very much. I hope I have answered your questions. Thank you.
Switch on, Herbert.
Oh,
There.
I'm not used to these things. I know. That's my language. I don't know these things of microphones. But I know some cultures in this country, like you see here in Northern Africa where they still hunt birds, others for fun, others for food. I know there are some areas where they kill a small weaver. It's a delicacy. They can kill like 10, but we've been moving out there, tell people, please go slow. But shockingly, culture can be interesting. I found people with an eagle owl some years ago, and they had it live. They had got it in the net in eastern Uganda, somewhere near Tororo, and I gave them money. Can you let this bird go away? They said, no, we can't. I gave them 5,000, thinking maybe by that time it would buy like 2 hens. They refused. I increased it up 15,000, and they threatened to kill me. So culture can be also interesting. So if you are looking for food, and you've given them enough money to buy 6 hens, but they said no. So hunting is still part of us, and you cannot stop it. It's a cultural thing. So I want to thank Achilles and Samia and Judith for this session. Thank you very, very much for giving us time. I know we're going to be with you. And I want to thank Mori. Thank you for giving me this time. I've been disciplined in time.
Yes, you have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to us.
All right. I think, Sane, before you leave, the cameraman, we can have a photo here, Herbert. I think the least I can do, before I give you a cup of coffee, yourself, Achilles, and Judith, can we have a photo at the front? Cameraman, this photo is for the Tourism Association calendar, so the month of January. So please make sure they are all smiling, because you're in someone's living room and office for about 31 days. The month of January. There you go. crane, and that's worrying. 100,000, and that number has dropped. I'm very fortunate. I still have that sound in my country home in the morning. I get to, and I can tell it's the crested crane when I'm at home. And then we take off and run to see, if it's the one and it's there, we are competing. I also recently remember calling Hubbard, and I was asking him about a certain type of bird, because I spotted it. When I went back in the house to pick my phone to take the picture, it had disappeared. I thought it was really beautiful, with a very nice, beautiful green chest. But I'll find it someday. I want to recognize a very dear friend of ours, Professor Maggie Chigozi. She's a businesswoman, an entrepreneur, formerly our executive director at the Uganda Investment Authority, who was also selling tourism at that time as an investment opportunity here in Uganda, and a dear friend of ours, and one of the mentors of many women and men, but mostly women, including my wife, so I had to introduce her. So we are going to take a very small, short coffee break, so that, a lot of you who want to taste Uganda's finest coffee and tea, you're able to taste that if you've not been here before. But please continue to share the conversations using our hashtag. We're actually using the same letters with a hashtag at the beginning. So hashtag IC4WB, or you can do the hashtag Women Badders Conference. If you're looking out for some photos from the conference already, you will find them if you use the same hashtag. You will be able to find some of the photos from this session. So those of you who know Hubbard is always moving with his binoculars. Last year we went to South Sudan, and we were in Juba, and I asked Hubbard, why do you need them in Juba? Because for those of you who've traveled quite a bit, Juba is still a bit sensitive, with the matters of security. So you can't. And he said, no, there is one specific bird. I can't remember if it was one or two. He said that he's from this area. I have never seen it. I'd really like to go and see it. And so he kept asking everyone, where is the nearest forest to Juba? So clearly he's that passionate that you go into South Sudan. We have gone for an investment and tourism conference, and he has carried his binoculars. And he still wants to look for a bird within. But he was warned, please do not use your binoculars outside these walls of this hotel. So I think for the rest of the conference, they were just part of him, and they were part of his attire. Those who know him, he moves with them all the time. So I want to welcome you to coffee. I'm hoping in about 15 minutes we'll do the next session. When we come back, we'll move into our next session that has, of course, a presentation from Judith. So Judith initially was making welcome remarks. So this time she will have a presentation. We will also have a presentation from Prosi Nanyombi, another lady in the industry. We'll also have a presentation from Abia Atukwase. And then we will have our very last activity for the next session as a photo moment of all of us before we close for lunch and then return to the room. I also want to remind you, we have an activated exhibition area in the gardens, and all our partners, including industry players here in Uganda, have stalls in the garden. And I'm hoping somewhere within your program today, tomorrow, and Friday, you will find time to pass there and engage with our stakeholders, the tour operators, the other birders, and the Tourism Association members who are all exhibiting here. The next session will be chaired by Dr. Diana Nalwanga, and that happens, I think let's do it at exactly 11:15. So I now welcome you to pick a cup of coffee and tea. You could have it there, or you could come back to the room. We'll continue running our video from where we stopped. So those of you who come back into the room, you'll be able to see the remaining bits of that video. Thank you very much. Coffee is served. All right, as we get set to start in about 5, we still have our video, sir. We just start from where we stopped. I think we were at Jeff. Just start from around where Jeff is, and then we'll see where to cut it short and continue the program. Let's just have part of that video again.
thousands of straw-colored fruit bats that we saw along the road during one of our long afternoon trips. The guide just stopped us short, and we could hear them. These are day-flying bats, so they call during the day, and it was just stirring to watch thousands of them in the sky above us.
What message do you have for people back in the U.S. about traveling to Uganda?
Come on, come visit Uganda. It was just such a wonderful experience. The people were sort of legendarily friendly, but you really have to sort of see it for yourself. But the people in Uganda were so engaged and genuinely curious and interactive. Also, as our 2 weeks together here sort of progressed, I was really encouraged by the number of young birders and ornithologists, folks in their teens and their 20s, and particularly gratifying to me was to see so many young women involved in birding and ornithology.
Hi, my name is Hannah Bushert. I am a podcaster. I host a couple podcasts, including Hannah and Eric Go Birding and Women Birders Happy Hour. Additionally, I am into conservation and women birders around the world. I'm a board member with the International Conference for Women Birders that'll be coming up soon, as well as on the Birding Co-op board. So I love birding, and I am so excited to be here in Uganda.
What was your perception of Uganda before you got down here?
Basically, everything I knew about Uganda came from folks who had already been here on previous trips. And I saw their pictures and heard their stories and thought it's just an incredible place to visit. But, you know, I really didn't know what I was getting into coming here. There's so much to see and so much to do that I could have never anticipated.
So how was your overall experience down here?
It was an incredible experience. It was so incredible to hang out with so many women birders, especially at Ride for a Woman Hotel that we stayed at for a couple days, and as well as the women birders that we met here in Entebbe and in Kampala with the African Bird Expo. So great to hang out with them, to bird with them, learn about their experiences.
What message do you have for people that are thinking about coming to Uganda?
It's totally a fantastic place to go in Africa. When I had never known where I was going to go in Africa, I knew I wanted to see things like lions and giraffes and elephants, and I didn't really know whether or not I was going to see that in Uganda, but I did. I saw lots of them. It was a great experience, and you should definitely come out and come to the International Conference for Women Birders December 2023. Meet me and a lot of other women birders and see some of these incredible things that Uganda has to offer.
I'm Doug Gotchfeld, and I lead tours for Field Guides Birding Tours. I lead all over the world, and I've done a lot of birding and surveys, especially in the U.S., but also some other places abroad, doing migration surveys, stuff like that. So
Prior to coming to Uganda, what did you think about the place?
I knew that Uganda had the best place to see shoebills, apparently, and then mountain gorillas, and I didn't really have a fully formed opinion of Uganda. I was actually looking forward to meeting all the people that were going to be on the trip with me.
What was something that was unexpected that you experienced while in Uganda?
I wasn't prepared for the diversity of habitats. I didn't realize that there were such extensive savannas, basically these really, really beautiful lowland forests and mountains with higher elevation, as well as great open spaces with the amount of giraffes and elephants, the amount of big game. Kind of had an idea that we would see maybe some zebras, and we had a chance to see elephant and all over, and we had some phenomenal experiences. The boat rides we had on Lake Maburo. So it was just a really good diversity of habitats and diversity of large animals that I wasn't expecting.
So what do you think people back in the U.S. should know about visiting Uganda?
It's a really overlooked country. Of all the countries in Africa, people think about Kenya, they think about Tanzania, but there seems to me to be no place with the combination of animals and experiences that Uganda has. And it's not just their savannas aren't, you know, acacia dotted savanna. There was this really interesting palm savanna that we saw up at Murchison Falls. The scenery, the landscapes, Murchison Falls itself is phenomenal. The view from the hills looking over Queen Elizabeth National Park, the ethereal feel of the forest at Bwindi, it was all really fantastic. I think Uganda gives a combination of experiences that nowhere else in the region, nowhere else in the world can give. When you pair all these classical African experiences like giraffes and hippos and elephants with shoebill and gorilla and chimpanzee, there's no other place like it.
I am a ecologist who also works.
All right.
As a
So
I am a biologist.
I'll ask
an
the
ecologist.
technical team
I work
just to
for
cut
the
it there.
government
We'll start with Dawn and Peter. When I find another small break, I wanted to welcome you back and request any of our delegates who are still
What did you guys think
outside
about Uganda
to
before
join
coming
us.
here?
I found myself disappointed in myself in that
We have a very small slideshow before we move into the next
it
session.
was always an intention.
So I don't know if our technical
technical
team has prepared that slideshow, all right?
Immediately sort of jumped into
So,
looking for the right
Ushers, you can remind our delegates, they can come with their coffee
other people's
or juice.
nature
They are
documentaries,
allowed to do that.
I assumed that I was going to see
So
a
once
mix of
again, welcome
birds,
back. This is the second session, and this will be quite interactive.
you know, and it
We
was
will
getting
have
field guides
an
really
all-women's
opened my eyes. That
panel.
was a preconception
And so because
that I'd be coming to
it is an all-women's panel,
as well
we
as
made sure that there was a gentleman asking the questions, all right? It would be very unfair to have the ladies asking the ladies questions.
Kenya or South Africa.
So we tried to be as
and
gender
so
sensitive as we
I was
could and
thinking
ensured that the
it
moderator
didn't have
is
as
male
much expanse
and
of
all the
savanna
others
and
are
all the
female
big
badders.
game
All
species
right,
that they had.
and
I
that's
didn't
the
expect
next
to
session
see
that we'll be
as
coming
many
to. I
bird
will introduce that
species and
very
as
shortly.
tiny birds as I saw. and the big
we
birds,
are
right?
using the
And just,
hashtag
like,
here
the
that we have,
sheer colors and
IC4WB.
brightness and
Again, if you want to see some of the photos from earlier today, you will
My
be able to use
immediate
the hashtag
reaction
to
would
find
be
them, but also share the conversation, including Achilles Biarohanga's presentation, who really set the stage for what is going to be an interesting conversation we are having today. I also wanted to speak to the theme, Empowering Women for an Eco-Budding World. It is very exciting to see that there is a lot of enthusiasm among the young ladies who are here. They are really handling the registration process, but they are young birders. And the older birders, like Herbert and his team and Judith, are bringing a lot of young girls into the fold. Most recently, we had an excursion trip with the Kenya Coast tourism operators and agents. And they highlighted one thing about Ugandan tour operators and the Ugandan guides. They said Uganda is one of those few countries, and I don't know how it is in South Africa, I'll ask my South African sister, where you have female guides. It's not, I think in Kenya, and I'm not so sure about Tanzania, but in Kenya there's very few female guides. And so it's also exciting to see that there's more female birders, because that's also quite exciting. I'm not sure how it is if you have many women guides in South Africa. So it is an area where we still need to do a little more, and I'm glad there is, you know, the female birders in the room who should be encouraging more women into the industry to be able to support what's already happening here. So is the slide available? Okay. If you play the pictures, I'm happy to ask as many people in the room to tell us what that is, which bird it is, and I'll buy some time. All right. So you play the videos. I'll try and see. Of course, that's the crested crane. Nobody's going to tell us what that is. I'll stay away from that. But as Achilles was saying, this is now threatened. 100,000 in the 70s. Actually, there's a conversation we should be having. The nexus of development and wildlife. And of course, when you speak to the 18 days, you're able to see the 600 birds. And you cannot see, that's the exact number of the birds in the US. Clearly, there's a problem. Increased development, then you affect. All right, so which bird is that actually? Do we know which bird that is? It looks stunning. Where are my birders? Which bird is this? And this is filmed here in Uganda. So it's not anywhere else. That was the zoom out. All right. That's some homework for us, okay? As we mentioned, when you do a lot of the boat rides in any of our parks, this is a common sight. I'm not sure which park this would be, but Murchison Falls National Park, all right? Again, you can tell your neighbor which bird that is. I'm giving you a lesson. We're in a birders conference. So these are some of the amazing shots. These were taken by Ugandan photographers and handed over to the Uganda Tourism Board. So this is content from the Uganda Tourism Board, and these pictures are available. This I have seen also in Murchison. What eagle? Something? Fish eagle. Yes, I'm learning. I'm also learning actually. All right, it looks very beautiful. Sorry, it has a vantage position by the lakes. Okay, there you go. Any guesses? Oh, that's a common one for the birders. All right, and there you go. Actually, there's another bird there. You've missed it. Okay, is this the bishop? The bishop, right? Oh yeah, okay. And this one? And this one? Since the other one was the bishop, I'm told the other one was the cardinal. All right. Interesting. And this one actually is... Okay, here is another one. It's very beautiful. Oh, and she saw it yesterday. Yes, beautiful. All right, and then this. I like that you're sharing information with each other. This is homework. I'm giving you guys homework. All right, and there is this one on our buffalo. No, there's a bird on top of the buffalo. This is about birds, don't worry. This one, actually, which one is this? Giant kingfisher. Okay, and this? I've given you homework. All these are birds here in Uganda. These were taken by Ugandan photographers. And this beautiful one? Okay, homework, homework. This is? Woodpecker, okay. Crested crane, okay. And this? Gray-headed kingfisher, okay. And doesn't fish, okay. I saw this in Murchison also, right? Abyssinian ground fisher. Ground hornbill. Okay. And this? Ibis. Very common in the wetlands. This? Hammercock. Hammercock with like a hammer because of the shape. All right. And this you have in your compound, some of you. Okay. And they eat. A delicacy for some people. Okay. And this? Weaver. Looks like a weaver bird. Is that one of the dove families? This is? And this one, very common. Spawning lapwing. Okay. This beautiful bird. Northern Carmine bee eater. Actually, do you agree? There is this one. Definitely an eagle. Juvenile. Permanent vulture, juvenile permanent vulture. And this one that looks like our bishop? Sir? Papyrus gomlek. Aish. Okay, this takes off so fast. I never get to get a picture of it in the park. This is quite common in Western Uganda. Which one is this? Piapiak. And this one? Pied. Yes, everybody knows the pied kingfisher. The ladies mentioned. All right. And this beautiful one? Pelican. Okay. Next. Oh, wow. The pin-tailed wider. All right. Again, you'll see this in the national parks. Stands out. Redneck. Ska? Okay. Hey, the ladies know these birds. This one? Red-throated bee eater. This one? Rock plantico. Plantico. Okay. Of course, this is the most important bird. I'm told there are some birders who should be here, but they are in Mamba. They're still looking for this one. African warthog lapwing. These are beautiful names. White. Whistling duck. This. Quick lesson on the white. Okay. Oh, wow. These women birders are very special. They know they are birds. There you go. This one? Yellow? Billed duck. We only know the other ones, the black ones and white ones. All right. So I just put together, this is really photos from Ugandan photographers. It's just a few photos they've been taking in the wild. I'll allow for us to begin our next session. So I'll invite Achilles Biaruhanga to come and invite his all-female panel. Again, it's very interactive, so they will have a couple of questions Achilles will ask, but then we will open it up for a Q&A session. Ask as many questions as possible because this is really going to be an insightful conversation we have today. Over to you, Achilles.
Thank you very much, Maurice. I've just been given some responsibility, and I'm happy to take it up. But it will not be about me. It will be about the experts whom I will invite to come to the high table, as we call it. And here we are going to be listening to experiences from some of these people on how they think we are moving forward. What are we going to be doing in the future? Where is this taking us? Why women birders and all this? But they will tell us more. So may I invite Miriam Magada. She's the director, Go Uganda Safaris, to come and join the panel. Miriam, you're welcome. And then the person whom I have met many times, Eileen Roberts. She's a big investor in Uganda. Is she around? Oh, yes. Yes, I can see you. She owns the Nchima Lodge near one of the places I really love so much, Mabamba. But you hear more about that. And Judith, everybody knows Judith. Judith Melembe, our chairperson. And then Prosi, where is Prosi Nanyombi? I met Prosi some time back when she was in Impanga, promoting birding in Impanga. It's a forest that some of you may not know, but that's where she started from. That's where I met her. And then we've got Adrien Nankunda. Is she around? Yes, Adrien. Again, I've met Adrien long when she used to lead our bird walks. Now we call them nature walks. But now she's a safari guide. Okay, so I think I will now join the high table. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we should have got a moderator who is a lady as well. But I am privileged that I've got these wonderful ladies on stage who are going to share with us their experiences with birding. And as I said earlier in my presentation, we talk about birding and we talk about birds and birding, birds and birding. But there are some people who have got so much inspiration that they don't only do birding as a business, but birding is part of them. And this is going to be my first question, probably. All of you, what is it about birds? What is it about birding? What inspires you to do birding? You could have done anything else. Maybe I start from the farthest end. Miriam, what inspires you about safaris and birding safaris?
Thank you. Sorry.
That's not a bird, sorry.
Thank you so much. I'm Miriam Magada. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about birds. I started birding. I first worked in Kibale as warden law enforcement. And then I worked in Queen Elizabeth as warden tourism and education. And I think I started my birding from there. What inspired me about birding was colors. Because if you go out there and you're a guide about wildlife, well, it's easier to show an elephant and explain about that, but it may not give you a challenge. But when you look at birds with different colors and their habitats, then it takes you keen interest to look at these birds. First of all, you have to differentiate one bird from the other. You have to know where they are, so you have to really be keen, and you have to have the passion, and you have to have the interest. So when I looked at the wildlife that I was doing, I'd wanted to add on something that was more challenging. And from my fellow birders, you can testify, if it's the water birds, very easy, they're there. But if you go to areas like the forest, Budongo forest, you know you are going to come back with an egg. If you go to Bwindi, you know you are going down hiking, and it's real work. So you have to be really committed. So first, that drew my passion for birds was that challenging, looking at different colors, looking at different levels. Am I looking on the ground? Am I looking at my eye level? Or am I looking into the canopies? And how do I identify them? So that was challenging for me. Thank you.
We need to be in a forest to understand, you know, what you're talking about. The lower canopy, the mid canopy, the high canopy. You are actually describing the ecology of birds in a forest. Yes. So, and Ellen, I know you have a lodge. It is near a site. And I think the inspiration was about birds as well. So what was the inspiration? And Mabamba as well. And Morris will be a big beneficiary for this, I think. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I have in Chima Forest Lodge, which overlooks the Mabamba wetland, which is a community Ramsar site, and bird guides take people to see the Shubil. Perhaps some of you have been. Yes, I went there many years ago, probably 20 years ago. I used to go with Nature Uganda on bird walks, and perhaps I was introduced there the first time, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, I decided I wanted to stay in Uganda and was looking around for a site not too far from Entebbe, not too far from Kampala. And I hit on this forest which I wanted to protect and decided to invest. Of course, this is a big decision to decide where you want to put your money and what you want to do with it. But I really loved Uganda, loved the people, loved the nature, and I'm a generalist, so I will not have very good pictures of birds, but I do enjoy watching the activity of birds all the time, whether they're nesting, collecting mud, fighting each other, whatever it is. And of course, it spreads out to snakes and insects and butterflies and the whole plethora of wildlife. But yes, definitely birds were the first inspiration that drew me to decide to invest.
And it pays definitely to invest in birds and birding. Judith, I shouldn't be the one asking this question because I probably know what you're going to say. But I mean, what has been your inspiration to birds and birding, and also looking at coming up with this this innovation of promoting young ladies, young women to actively participate in birding?
So at the time we started, in 2013, there was only one woman birder. Her name is Harriet Kemigisa. She now runs Harriet Tours. Maybe you will meet her later. So for us that were getting in, well, we did not know where we would end up. We said, anyway, let's just do it. There's an opportunity. Myself, I was raised by Herbert, and his sons are all birders. I was the only young girl in the family, so somehow I picked it up. But when I got to university, then it dawned on me I need a job. And in Uganda, to get a job on merit can also be difficult. So you need somewhere to start, and oftentimes we start from our parents, what our parents are doing. If your father is a teacher, when you're in S6 vacation, you start going to these schools and volunteering to teach. So that's how I started off. So there was only Harriet. So at the time, I would say we did not have much inspiration. We didn't have so many people to look up to because everybody was a man. At the time, there was Herbert, Johnny, Achilles, Tamwenya, Deo, and it's quite amazing that even where we are now working with these guys. We are probably earning the same money in the field, which makes us really feel proud of ourselves and the far we have come. And we want to see more women joining us and earning the same that we are earning. So now the number has grown, and the ladies that are coming in have more figures to look up to. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yes,
or?
you have answered the question. I will not ask you how much you are earning. I would want to know. Edwin says you are earning enough. Prosi, when I met you the first time, you were in Impanga Forest. Young lady in a forest. Same question that a policeman asked me, why a young lady was supposed to looking for a good job, a better job, and you decide to go in Impanga Forest and you hide there. What was the inspiration? What gave you the energy?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Prosena Nyombi, the Vice Chair, Uganda Women Birders. What inspired me to be a birder are the calls of these birds. You know, when I finished my course in tourism management, you are supposed to do internship. So when they posted me in Impanga Forest, you're in the forest, only what you hear are the calls, like before you wake up, you're hearing calls outside. So I started to say, let me look at these birds. Let me follow one by one. By that time, we did not have binoculars. So I can imagine myself like now, going in the forest without a binocular, like you follow a call one by one. I had a bird book for the site, so that's what I used. The bird book, you could open from page 1 to page last, and you don't see the bird that you have seen. You redo again until you find the bird. So that's how I managed to learn those birds. They inspired me by their calls. I did not start it as a job or with the intentions of making it as a job, but it just gradually grown, like from the colors, the calls. Then that's where Herbert met me. He met me in Impanga Forest. He had a group that he had brought. So I took them out for a birding walk. It was about 2 hours because they were continuing to Lake Mburo. So he said, you're interested in birds? Are you sure? How many birds do you know? Oh, I said, okay. I know about 78 species of birds. And by that time, I would generalize like turacos, that is one species, manakins, one species. So that's how I knew my birds. But with the help of the book, and then Herbert gave me a trip, 23 days, it was a bit hard. I asked myself, can I manage this? But because I loved to look at these birds, I loved their colors, I loved the calls. Like in most cases when you live in a forest, robin chats every morning. Before you wake up, robin chats are calling, thrushes are calling, hornbills are calling. You say, So it gives you that passion. You feel like you are attached to them. So that's how I started. It gradually grew into a job that I love so much.
And you are earning enough as well.
And I am earning enough.
Thank you very much. That's where it ends. I mean, that's even a bigger motivation, that birding is employing, is giving income generation to our young ladies. Adrian, you were leading our bird walks, now they're called nature walks. Now you have continued with the business, and now you are in safari guiding. What is the inspiration? I mean, what keeps you going?
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Adrian Nankunda, and I'm happy to join the discussion. Well, my journey in birdwatching started many years ago at the university when I enrolled for a course, Bachelor of Tourism. And by the way, I applied for that course just because I loved traveling. I knew the course would get me to travel all over the world. Then, like after 1 week as a fresher in class, I met this crazy birder, Herbert, who became my friend. And he introduced me to the world of birding, together with my friends, Deo, Tamwenya. We didn't have money. He was a rich guy by then. I don't know whether he was rich or it's us who were poor. But he could afford to take us out over the weekends to go for birding. So somehow we got attracted to what he was doing because we saw he already had money. And we knew that if we learned birds, we would also become rich like him. Then later, when I got in the field, started guiding, I actually realized that when you know birds, you can never run of what to tell your clients. Even when you're on a game drive, looking for lions, for leopards, and you cannot find them, but there are birds everywhere. You can start stories around birds. Then I also have keen interest in culture. So as I learned birds, I started connecting them with culture, and it made my story more interesting. Myself, my clan where I come from, I am a Mchimbili, and our totem are pied crows. So that's how I keep relating my stories. There are many stories rotating around birds. Then later, when I got a family, got children, introduced them to birds, it's so small fulfilling when I see my kids getting to learn birds. They are happy to identify them, they follow the cause. Yeah, and here we are. I am earning from what started as a passion, and I can be able to take care of my family.
You're also earning enough, right?
Somehow, yes.
Somehow. She's not complaining. But if I may pick it up from there, Adrian, you have a family. Birding, like we have described, you need 7 days, you need 18 days. In fact, a good trip would probably be about 28 days. How do you then balance it with your family? You know, there's the passion for birds, the need to make a living, but also to manage your family. How do you balance it?
Well, thank you, Achilles. On my side, I am very lucky because I am married to a guide, so we understand the language. Then also, I try to involve my family in everything I do, and also being accountable. Yeah, I don't go out. I go to the field to work, not to make myself that one. Yeah, so even when I tell my kids that I'm going to be away for 20 days, they all know, they understand. Mommy has gone out for a good cause, and when I come back, they did know that Mommy has been away working.
Okay, and that's a very important point, is that birding or bird guiding is a job. It is a job like any other job. It's not, yeah, there is a lot of fun making in birding. It has a lot of passion. So you enjoy yourself. Actually, I think I've enjoyed myself more when I'm out for birding, probably more than any other. Prosi, do you have the same experience? How do you balance birding with the other cores of work that you may be involved in?
Okay, Prosi is also married. She has a kid of 2 years and a half. How do you balance the two? Number one, if you identify yourself as a birder, like you are a birder, your husband will automatically understand that she is a birder and that's what she is, either be with her or not. So, when you are a birder, before you fall into maybe love with someone, of course, you get to talk a lot about stuff like what do you love, what is this. So, when you identify yourself like I do this is my business, everyone will understand you. Like right now, my kid, she's 2 years and a half, but she understands. When I'm going out, when she sees him with this, she expects a lot of sweets and new clothes. So she waves to me, knowing that mommy is going to work. So it is all about identifying yourself, who you are, whom you associate with. Or everything will be all good.
Okay, all right. I don't mean to be private on this one, but I think it is important. How we balance our work. I think, Judith, I don't know they are going to tell me the same story, but how do you balance the work? I mean, you have been very busy. I would see you when we were still working together, and there's so many things, and go outside, you go out international. I mean, how has it been easy for you to balance birding, promoting women birders, and other things?
Well, it's overwhelming, totally overwhelming. Yesterday I came from a 13 days trip. We came from Lake Mburu at about 6. We arrived in Entebbe at about 12. And it's overwhelming. I'm looking at another trip like next week, and then I have some field work. We're doing some baseline studies. Sometimes I feel I wish I had someone who had the same mindset that I have, someone who thinks like me, like a double, so that I say, okay, from here you go do the other one, I take a rest, but sometimes you cannot have someone exactly like you, so it's the reason we continuously mentor people. My story is similar to the two ladies. My husband is also, he's a safari guide, so he understands. So you need a supportive family. Right now, I have a 3-year-old. She has been with her grandmother since August. She has not yet started school, but we thought it's going to be a busy time. We are both guides, we are going to be out. She needs someone who constantly takes care of her. And we don't have to worry, has she eaten? Is she sick? So that is the supportive family. But again, before I got into bird watching, I set goals. I told myself, before I got married, I wanted to already be out there, have my face known, so that if I take a leave of 2 years, yeah, you need a minimum of 2 years. You're pregnant for 1 year, and you're breastfeeding. At least you breastfeed for 6 months, which is another year. Yeah, my baby is a COVID baby. And at that time, I was also pursuing a master's. So when COVID came, I said, okay, this is a blessing in disguise. I can now write up my dissertation. I was heavily pregnant. So by the time COVID got done, I was finished. But again, safaris started coming. I got field engagements. For some trips, I was doing some consultancy. I had to move with the baby. from Masindi to Mugahinga back to Kampala. Those were like, it was a rapid trip. It was like 2 weeks. Yeah, I moved with her. Harriet has done the same thing. She moved with her toddlers. But there are so many things that we do that the world doesn't get to know. Then later when I had this trip, of course, you don't want to have your breastfeeding, you have clients. Your clients at that time, they're also like babies. You're taking care of them, taking care of their needs. You're watching their every step, so they're like babies at that time, your precious babies. You're giving them the best customer care. So my baby was about 8 months, and I still wanted her to breastfeed. So you go for a trip. Women know this. If you don't breastfeed, the pain will come. They will swell. So I moved with a breast pump on a trip.
Okay.
And every evening, it was one of those things I had to do. Like the first to do, I have to do this. If I don't do it, when I go back home, the baby will not continue to breastfeed. But the job we do is a job like any other. So you have to find a means to survive and to thrive. And that's what we have done.
It's very good. It's really inspiring stories of the commitments that these young ladies put into this industry to keep it going. Alain, I've been at your lodge a couple of times, and I know you don't only do tourism and lodge business, you're also involved in community work around the area. And I will ask you the same question. I mean, if I was going to set up a lodge, maybe Mawamba would not have been my first site to think about. So what gave you that motivation? And you're doing well, you're doing community work, you are promoting the business. How is it going? What is the inspiration again?
Well, I'm a mother, and I have done the breast pumps. I've done that. I'm now a grandmother, and I have actually been to international conferences like this, where I've just stayed in the room and looked after my grandson while my daughter was working. So I've been the supportive grandmother. Conferences in Malaysia and Sumatra where I've traveled with my daughter so that she was able to do it. So I completely understand what the young ladies are saying about having supportive families. I hope I have been one of them. I also really enjoy when people come to the lodge with young children. I enjoy letting them get butterfly nets and go out and showing them the birds. Grandchildren often know the sounds of the birds, wah, wah, you know, what is that, and such things. And where I happen to stay around Mabamba, the community there is fantastic. They have reaped the benefits of being close to the shoebill, but they have worked very hard. And in the last 20 years, I've seen all of the older bird guides have managed to educate their children, have built decent houses for themselves. When I first went to that area, you could be 3 days without, with a lorry stuck in the road and nobody able to pass by. Of course, now the town council has realized the benefit and started to tax the tourists and everybody, and can in fact grade the roads, although they're a bit bad still. But getting involved with the community and trying to assist when we have problems such as fire or people poaching in the wetlands is something that I really like to do. I'm really passionate about eco-tourism and things like the plastic bottles and making sure we use biogas and that sort of thing. And I like showing people that it's possible to use solar energy, and you don't have to be on grid to have facilities. And so that's what makes me passionate.
Fantastic. They are all inspiring stories. I'm sure every one of you could write a book, and I would encourage you to write your stories. Miriam, you started from Chibale, now you are a manager. tell us that transition as well.
Well, as I told you before, I started in Kibali as warden law enforcement, and I think I was the first lady in law enforcement, and you know what it is, going to the forest, running around with poachers, and that was with Uganda National Parks. And then when the merger came, they transferred me to Queen Elizabeth as warden tourism, education, and conservation. I was working with communities, and that's where I picked my interest for birds. And by that time, I didn't have a family. And thereafter, when I came out of WUA, I began as a bird guide because I was in the parks, and of course, birds were everywhere. So I had the opportunity to go bird watching, to do a lot of field works, to work with the students. But when I began my family company, I had to orient my family. I had children. I'm lucky that they've all gone through university, and I only have a girl here that I'm training to do bird watching. But when my sons were 9, they asked me when the job would end. So I told them this job is not ending. So what I did to orient them to understand what I was doing, I caught my husband and all my kids and took them for bird watching in Budongo. And I particularly picked that spot because I know what it is. You come out with your neck paining, so they understood what I was really doing. So wherever I would go out for safaris, they would understand what really I'm doing and why I'm doing it, so they came on board. So for my daughter not to ask me the same question because she was young, we started birding with her when she was 8. And actually she's here in this conference to learn much more.
Okay.
But as a company, we are so much passionate about responsible travel. When you come to our company, it's like a theme. We take you through responsible traveling, how to manage wastes. We have the waste bags in our cars. We have refillables. We have contribute to the communities and then help them with some few projects. So that's where I am.
Right. I did want to ask you about the disconnection between the youth, among the youth with nature, which is a big one, but Miriam, you kind of have touched it. If anyone want to make a comment, you will make a comment as we go along. Just a quick one. Adrian, what is your favorite bird?
Woodland kingfisher.
Woodland kingfisher? Oh, wow, why? So noisy.
The colors are attractive for me. The shining gray, shining blue.
Yeah?
The lower mandible is black and the upper mandible is red. The combination of colors is
okay,
really...
I can see you know it very well. Prosi, what is your favorite bird?
Mine is greenback twin spot.
Aha,
It's a small
wow.
finch-like
Wow.
bird.
Yes.
It stays in the understories of the forest. What makes me so happy with it is the way it moves. Some of you might not have seen the way it moves. It only walks like, it doesn't hop, it actually walks.
Okay.
Yeah? So the
Understood.
colors on that bird, green, then white spots,
Okay.
tough to see, but I was lucky one time I found a group of 14 individuals. At first sight, I thought they were mannequins because it's the mannequins that move in flocks. But then when I looked, they were different color.
Yeah.
So they are the greenback twin spots, my favorite.
14 individuals in one group. Wow, that must have been exciting. Judith, what is yours?
Everybody is talking colors.
Yeah?
Mine is the shoebill.
Okay.
It's not beautiful, it's not colorful. Actually, it's an ugly stork. That's almost a translation of the name. So me, I didn't have a favorite bird, but the shoebill came on later. When I worked with Nature Uganda, I worked with them for my internship in 2014. So I got into conservation. and I felt, I think I belong here. So later, after graduating in 2016, I felt I wanted to stay at Nature Uganda. And Herbert was saying, you're more useful this side. So I was torn in between. But I went to Nature Uganda, worked there for 2 years, up to 2017. 2017, I got an opportunity to do research on one of the least known species, which is the shoebill. I did that for 2 years, and then I temporarily exited for a master's, and then I came back to tourism. But I'm still in research. Sometimes I have jobs that take me the other side, and sometimes I have jobs that take me this other side. So for me, the love for the shoebill, I yearned for knowledge, I yearned for information, and I wanted to share. The more I looked around, the more least information I found. There was no information. So I just wanted to be the one to put that information out there. And it's what I'm still doing. So me, it's not about colors. All birds are beautiful to me all over the world.
Okay, so the shoebill. Maurice, you know now where to go if you want to know more about the shoebill. Aline, should I ask you the favorite bird as well?
I think for me it's the variety of hornbills. I particularly like the black and white casqued, but the crowned are really cheeky. The whole nesting behavior of hornbills is very fascinating to me. And I'm lucky enough that there's quite a few around us, and so I can watch them, the male feeding and the battles for the mates, and the crowned hornbills sort of everywhere around Uganda. They knock on people's windows and glasses. I've even had the windows broken by the black and white cast hornbill because I'm still not 100% sure why they do it, but they do knock on the windows, and they're real characters.
Yeah, and you have quite enough of them in your little forest. We still have big trees where they can nest.
Yeah, that's really important to have the old trees for the holes for them to nest. Yeah.
Okay, I've had quite a number of people calling me to come and take the birds away. They are knocking on their windows. Sometimes they can be scary if a black and white comes to knock on your bedroom window. You may think it's a big thing. Miriam, what's yours?
I love colors, but mine is the Marab stock.
Wow.
Why? The role it plays in the environment, as we've heard from your speech. But it was my study bird, and I'm trying to organize my community about waste management. And when the Marab stocks come around, they are ever chasing them. So I have to educate my community the importance of these birds and tell them if you properly dispose your waste, then they will not be here. So they are helping you because you're not doing the right thing. So to me, the Marab stock is my favorite bird, though I love any other bird, but the role it's playing on the environment. So I give it a plus.
Well, Marab stock. I think you are the first one I've had who really loves the Marab stock. Others would like to see them out of Kampala. Okay, now I will also ask you about the sites, but before that, so some of you have already mentioned some of the challenges that you have had as women bird guides, and you don't have to repeat yourselves. Miriam, if I start with you, what do you think are the challenges, the big challenges to women birders? Those, I mean, as I said, a few have come out already, but apart from family issues, what else do you think are the challenges to women birders?
One is the cultural aspect of it. People think that probably this is a men's work. It's only men to do it. And they think if us ladies are doing it, then probably we're in the wrong offices. And the kind of work we do, we do long distances, putting on trousers, and even other cultures may not be into this of putting on trousers and going away. So the way our culture looks at this, they think women, we are supposed to be back home and look after the children. But from what you've heard, we've all carried our babies. I remember carrying my baby to Mountain Oregon when he was about 4 months. Judith carried a baby, and almost everybody carried a baby. So when they look at what we are doing and then we are carrying babies to these works, they think we are crazy. So that narrative has at least to change. But the more we do it, I think the more they understand us.
Okay.
And then, of course, balancing our families and the type of job we do is still a challenge.
Right. Ellen, do you have similar challenges, not even just budding, but in a business, as a business, as a woman leader in this industry?
Yes, I think Uganda is still quite a paternalistic society, and so attitudes are slowly changing, but you still don't find very many female boda drivers or heads of companies. But I think things are changing, and I have always felt that as a woman, if you do a good job, and you sometimes have to shout a bit louder, perhaps, to be heard, then you do get the appreciation if you're doing the right thing. So it's just a matter of persevering.
Right. Yeah, and I think you are right. It's changing, and Professor Chigozi would tell you what this country has gone through in women empowerment and emancipation, and I'm sure behind the scene you'd be happy that things have changed and they are continuing to change a lot. Judith, other than carrying the baby to the field among the other babies, what other challenge have you had as a women badder?
The other challenge is equipment. We don't have a shop in Uganda that sells binoculars or telescopes, and they are expensive. Most of the members we have are either fresh graduates from the university or women, single mothers that have tried other work and maybe they failed to find a place there and they come to us. So equipment is a big challenge, and of course when you graduate from university, your parents know you're not dependent on them for anything anymore. But bird watching is a training, another training of its own. So it's very hard to start asking for money to buy binoculars. They're expecting you to be making the money yourself. Very hard to ask money to go for a training, a hands-on training, because whatever you learn in class is not, they don't teach you how to identify birds in a class. It's something you learn from the field. But I would like to thank the people that have donated to us. Peg Abbott from the Naturalist Journeys. She has mobilized a lot of support from the US for the women birders. I would like to thank Shalo. She has promised me she's getting on board and will provide us with whatever we need. She's in the back. In a special way, I would like to thank the Uganda Wildlife Authority. When we started in 2013, Mr. Engena, at the time, through him we got 15 pair of binoculars and books, which helped us to start, because every excursion people would borrow the binoculars and return them. We've got support from UTB and UNDP, PSFU for a number of trainings where they just tell us, just carry your mattress and come, everything is catered for. I would also like to thank Koa Optics. They're represented by Jeff. They've donated us a number of binoculars. By the way, they have good binoculars, and he came with a number of them. If you don't have a bin yet, please don't leave without getting one from him. Thank you very much.
Okay, equipment. Birding is actually an expensive exercise. Everything about birding is expensive. Prosi, other than what you have just mentioned, what you have already mentioned, what have been the biggest challenges, or what do you think are the biggest challenges to women birders?
Almost everything has been said, but there is a gender imbalance. Like in most of the accommodations we go, some are like shared accommodations, like where the guides' quarters are, they are shared accommodations. So in most cases, if you are not the first woman to arrive at the accommodation, sometimes they would ask you to share, but in most cases, I would thank the guides we work with. They've been very cooperative. If there is a woman who is not having accommodation, the men would rather share, and then the female guide could go and sleep around. And also, I would like to thank different accommodations where we travel. They have made sure at least every accommodation has guides' quarters, which are almost enough to every guide to have now. That's a big achievement because when we were starting those days in 2013, we never had accommodation for guides. So they would expect you put the clients at the lodge, and then you suffer like locally, like nowhere to sleep. You have brought the clients, and that is it. But now the lodges understand the importance of a guide. That's a big achievement. I would just add on what Judith has said. Equipment of guides is very hard to find. I would also thank Andrea. She brought us a lot of equipment. The laser pointers, she came with them. So they are here for women to use them. And then Sherry, she brought us other equipment. She brought pointers, raincoats, a lot of stuff for the women to use. Then also the other challenge is the attitude, like attitude of our communities. Like in my culture, we are from the central part of the region, that's Baganda culture. We are not supposed to put on trousers. We are not supposed to whistle. And when you take up the job of being a guide, like you're a birder, there is no way you can't whistle. There is no way you can't put on trousers. So, the attitude for our culture sometimes demoralizes members, demoralizes the young people. You have to just stand on your own. Like myself, when I was starting as a bird watcher, I remember I took about 4 years without going home because I knew I am this crazy person who is going to whistle at the classes cuckoos at home. I'm going to whistle at these hornbills at home, woodpeckers. So most of the times I was called a crazy person. The first time they saw me in a trouser was on TV. NTV had broadcasted something about us, and now everyone was calling. Prosy, how are you? Fine.
What's going on?
Are you fine? Like, yes. We saw you on TV. Are you starting to get spoiled? Like, putting on trousers is getting spoiled. So our cultures have just made us like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But if you stand on yourself, you have your passion, I'm pretty very sure you'd succeed. Right now, I can go home with trousers.
Nobody cares.
I can go home. Most of the times when they see you with these binoculars, they think you're a police person, you work in army, like they call you a funder. Like some people can say, oh, run, there is something wrong in the village, someone is having a binocular. But
Yeah.
those are the challenges we have faced.
Okay, that's good. I think you're raising very important points. One is facilities, tourism facilities. Those our investors consideration of not only the visitors but also the people who are actually bringing the visitors to the guides. That's important, and good accommodation, good facilities. Don't just think that the guides are there for you. They should just be somewhere, the mattress on the floor or something like that. I'm happy that actually in most lodges and facilities, guides are given either complimentary accommodation or complementary meals. That's, I think it is growing. And culture barriers, definitely that is there. We have to keep on working. Adrian, do you have the same challenges? Are they?
The other challenge, just like my colleagues had already mentioned, lack of enough funds. You find that to become an expert birder, you have to keep on your toes. That means you have to expose yourself to different environments where these birds live, and it has a cost implication. For a fresh graduate from the university, she doesn't have money to fund herself, maybe to go to Mugahinga and spend a month there or do what. So, and that's where we can gain more skills in birding. Then also, I feel our employers, the tour operators, some of them still can't believe that a lady can do actually a wonderful job. The last 3 years, I've been involved in a project that empowers female tourist guides, and the way that project was designed, part of it is class-based, and part of it is work-based learning. But I found a lot of challenges finding tour operators who can take on board these trainees to get first-hand experience. So I feel also our employers, the tour operators, they need to embrace also the new paradigm shift that female guides can also do a wonderful job, even can perform better than men. Thank you.
Definitely, I've seen that. That is true. And I want to give Miriam a job. I want to give Miriam a job, and she will tell me what then she would do. I want to give you a job of the director of Uganda Tourism Board, because Adrian says definitely you can do a much better job. That's not even a good example because it is headed by a lady anyway. But assuming that you are the head of Uganda Tourism Board now, what are those things that you would make sure are done to support, empower women birders?
One, I would probably give one that is capacity training, to make sure even when the guides have been trained elsewhere, they need more training, they need more support. And as even we go to these birding areas, we do pay. So if they would weaver off that we don't pay as women guides to simply have a free entrance, that will really help. I'm not saying they are not giving us support, but we still need more support as women birders. As the Bible says, we're weaker vessel, so we need more support from them. So
okay.
I would give them more support as women to make sure we balance.
Okay. I know Uganda Investment Authority gives tax exemption to some investors and, support with a number of, and women birders are saying they are an equally important investor group in this industry. They need more support, including fees and related. Ellen, suppose you were the executive director of Uganda Tourism Board. What would you do to support women birders?
Well, I think there's still a bit of an old boys club with many of these organizations. And so to start to get, as Judith said, you start with just one or two, like Harriet was the first, and then you get a few more. As the bird group of ladies grows, of course you're going to get more and more contact. But for UTB to actually promote it, well, first of all, they need to promote the whole country and to highlight women in those sectors when traveling to the tourism fairs and such like. They do usually have women sporting in pretty dresses and whatever, but not necessarily showing them in the skilled roles as tour operators and bird guides that could be done.
Fantastic. Judith, what is the future of women birders in Uganda?
So we are looking at growing the numbers. Of course, we are looking at making more outreaches to the regional offices. We already have representatives that are doing a wonderful job in the different regions. We have Patricia from Chibale National Park. She's doing an incredible job training her fellows. We have a Kampala representative. Yes, she's coordinating the others. So we want to have more representatives, but again, we're looking at a stronger body. We already have the East African women birders, but we're looking at strengthening it so that it is operational, not just the word. And again, we're looking at a World Federation of Women Guides where we can have interchange programs where you have like Daphne travel to the UK and learn maybe from one of the tour companies, like Inala Tours. Then you have someone from Inala come and learn from Bird Uganda Safaris or Go Uganda Safaris. And this would help to enhance the experience. And of course, when we have a few of the pillars learn, then they can train the other people.
Okay. I'll move quickly now. Prosi, I know Uganda has been nearly called gorilla mountain, gorilla country, because when we are advertising tourism, that's all we flash on screens and on. Is that something that you are trying to change by promoting women birders and birding in Uganda? Is that what you are trying to change, or you are competing with the gorilla tourism?
There is no competition, but we are just trying to balance, I can say, the ecosystem. When you are in a country, you're blessed with a lot of wildlife, but still, these wildlife have a mutual understanding with the birds. So if the birds and wildlife can live together, why don't we promote birding?
Okay.
So, most people, I can guarantee most people get bored on wildlife safaris. But on a bird watching safari, you enjoy all the wildlife and again, see all the birds you would love to see. As people are rushing to go and find the lions, you're taking it easy, watch one bird by the other, watch the other, you go on. Then at the end of the day, you see the lions as well, so you have topped up. You've seen more than what others can see. So on a birding safari, you see everything that a mammal lover sees, but again, you win by the mega bonuses for all the beautiful birds.
Wow, that passes as it passes as an advert to women birders. Before I invite questions or comments from the audience, Adrian, you did mention that you're also into cultural tourism. And cultural tourism is relatively slow. Maybe it is growing, but it's still very slow. So what are you doing to promote cultural tourism?
Well, thank you, Achilles. Yeah, it's true. Cultural tourism is kind of slow, and what we are doing to promote it is to make everybody appreciate their culture, number one thing, because to me, there is no culture that is more superior than the other or more inferior than the other. So we start with ourselves by appreciating our own cultures, then we sell them to other people. Yeah, here we are encouraging people not to drop their culture, to to retain their cultures, and that way they can ably sell it to other people.
Okay, and there is no difference between culture and budding, actually, isn't it? They seem to be intertwined. Any one of you who may have a comment or a question for my panelists? Okay,
All right.
we have got 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let's start from, I don't know your names, but second table from here. I think a colleague from South Africa, is it? Yeah. Somebody has an extra mic?
Yeah. My question is, before that, I'm Basingwiri Lake. My concern is, I'm very, very interested in making money, and everyone here standing is saying that you are bird watching gives money, but you are not telling that trick that you use to get money. So anyone can clarify more on that. That's my concern. Thank you.
Okay, you're next.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Mukasa from Hub Fauna Foundation. For us, we are into hepatology and all that, but there is no difference between birding and the harps, the snakes, and all that, because each depends on the other. So someone raised the concern on how the culture limits them to do certain things. I happen to be coming from Buganda Youth Council, and I head the environmental committee. But the question is, the issue is, where do you put on the trousers in our culture? Okay, you can't go to your Cesara putting on a trouser in our culture, but it's not that the culture is limiting you from rising as a woman. Because of recent, you've seen the Queen of Buganda putting on trousers while doing gorilla tracking, you know? So where do we put them on? That's the concern. Thank you.
Yes, she's our South African sister.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions, so I think feel free. I was always that child in the classroom anyway who had so many questions, quite problematic. So I just wanted to hear, thank you for sharing your experiences. I thought that was incredibly powerful. I want to just understand from a personal point of view, how do you deal with the internal conflict within yourself of leaving your family and being away for like 14 days or 7 days? This is a challenge that I think most women deal with, sometimes in spite of the work environment that you're in. But oftentimes when you're out guiding, maybe in areas with limited reception, and as I'm here myself, I've left a 5-year-old, and you know, you're feeling guilty, and you feel like, how do you resolve it in yourself to like, okay, I have to do this, I'm away for work, I'm not neglecting my family, because that's something that we deal with a lot, because we are the homemakers and sort of the cornerstone of the family. That's my number one question. And then I also just want to understand from the females is that, do you find, what is the perspective of the guests that come? Do you find that they prefer males to females, or they prefer females to males guides, and why that is? Or do you find that sometimes when they see that you're a female guide, they have very low expectations of you, and then they get surprised during the guiding experience that, oh, actually, she knows her stuff. And then I also just want to understand that how, because I think this has been done very well, how has the industry made it safe for women to become guides, or the country, or the government, which is something that is in very lacking in my country. So I would like to know, how has the industry made it safe for you to be on a safari guide for 14 days and being the only female guide in these areas? Yeah. And then maybe just last question, we spoke about pay, and that people are being paid well. Do you find that it's the same amount, or it's the equal amount with the male guides, or are male guides being paid more, or is it more or less the same? Thank you.
There's a gentleman there.
Okay. Thank you very much. In fact, I'm very happy to see beautiful ladies on the discussion. And my name is Kamakar Alfred. I'm from IRDF. It is in Rwenzori region. Okay, thank you. I'm saying I'm Kamakar Alfred from the Rwenzori region, IRDF. In Kamwenge and in the Rwenzori in particular is a home of tourism in Uganda. And in fact, it is a part of Uganda, if Uganda is a part of Africa. And I was trying to say that for women birders, my first question will be, does it require doing tourism and hospitality management to become a birder? Number two is direct to Madame Judith. How do you engage, and in fact, this last person. So how do you engage the youth, especially the girls, in the local communities to become birders? And for organizations, youth-led organizations in our communities who do not have these opportunities of coming to Sheraton, who do not have opportunities of going to meet Herbert. What if I have not met Herbert? How best can I become a birder? And then the other question is to the moderator himself. You were talking about the number of birds in Kampala and the number of birds in Uganda. Can you also tell me the criteria of counting birds such that I count my birds in my area?
Thank you, I will do that.
Finally, my last comment is on the issue of women. Dear women, your potentials of doing every kind of work is very commendable. You can do everything that a man can do. You just focus and leave people who are lamenting that you don't have potentials. They will just see things moving on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all of you. For the last speaker, if you want to know how to count birds, Nature Uganda organizes monitoring of birds twice a year in January and July. Please register yourself early so that we can take you on one of the trips and we see how we do it, how we count 1 million or how we count so many birds. I will not give you a lecture on bird counting now. Now, there are quite a number of questions, and I will not repeat them, but there are quite a number of key concepts coming out. One is the huge issue of youth. How do we bring the youth to keep going? And I had mentioned it earlier, the connectivity. We seem like we are losing the youth. I took my children for a similar thing, like everybody is doing when Lake Mburo National Park, and I thought I was going to show them birds, and they listen and see animals. And two of my elder children, they just had gadgets, in their ears. They had no almost interest on what I was doing. They were just moving with us, but I don't think they were listening to anything. So there's a bit of disconnectivity between the youth and nature. And then there is another issue, the gentleman here, you told us, you guys, you're earning enough. But you didn't tell him how you are earning. How is it coming out? This guy wants to go out immediately and start getting money. The other one is, I liked the idea of resolving the conflict in yourself. As women, you're supposed, culturally, I think Prostitute mentioned it, to just keep you going. And then there was an issue of prejudice. When you are out in the field, do people prefer that men should guide them, women should guide them? I don't know. I've never been a guide, so I have no idea what happens. I guide simple things like nature walks, so there you don't get those cultural issues. So if I may start with Miriam, this issue of youth, connectivity or disconnectivity and promotion. How do you see it?
Thank you. For the youths, personally, what I'm doing in my company, as I told you, I have my young daughter here. So I'm using her to influence her group, young group. And within our community, I'm organizing a trip to Botanical Garden for the girls, at least to start doing the budding this month on the 22nd. But as we've told you, we have challenges. We don't have binoculars. I have only 2 binoculars among the 12 that I'm taking, so I'll still have the problem. But at least I'm trying to organize the youths as young as they are.
So we need to organize them. We need to organize them, empower them, and support them. The issue of equipment keep coming up. Maybe the issue of payment. I know you're not particularly a guide, Ellen, but how do you earn from tourism? How do you get the money?
Well, being a lodge owner, obviously tourists come and they stay the night, but we also have a restaurant, and we get people visit the Mabamba Swamp in the morning, and then of course they will come and eat and have lunch, and they will only do it if it's a quality meal, so you have to always keep up your standards, and you have to make sure that you can provide something that the tourists will want. I'd just like to say something about preferences with bird guides, because I'm actually involved quite often. We get people come to stay, and quite often we get single ladies, and they're going to walk down to Mabamba to see birds. And they actually often ask me, you know, are there any female bird guides? Because they're going to sit for 2 hours by themselves in a boat, and they would rather often have a female bird guide in that cases. And sometimes we get families with children, and we know our female bird guides at Mabamba are more understanding when the children are rocking the boat and picking the water lilies, and are not especially interested in watching the rather dull shoebill. And so many of the female guides are actually more accommodating, and we do also get male guides who go to, let's say, Mpanga, and they come back and say, oh my goodness, Prosy was so amazing, you know, she showed me everything. I would have seen nothing without her, because she had her little laser pointer, and I just stared up at the tree and couldn't see anything. So it's not just that it's a lesser quality. We actually do get requests specifically for female guides.
Okay, I think now you know how to make money, right? You're listening. I'm happy. Yes.
I think with how we get the money, have your values, turn those values into products and services, and then look for the target audience where to sell your values. You'll get the money. Thank you.
Okay, that's a little bit philosophical, but I think you have got the point. Okay. Okay, but Ellen, I'm happy to hear that actually women birders have a little edge over the male counterparts, particularly with certain visitors. That's quite encouraging. So, Judith, how do you resolve these conflicts in yourself? You're at home, you have children, and you have to look after the guides, you have got to advertise, you have got to promote, you have got to, you know. So you look like you are a confused lady.
That's really hard. It's a hard question. So, yeah, like today I had very many conflicts. Actually, yesterday, I came from the trip, I was tired. Herbert called me at about, I missed his calls, I found like 5. I called back at about 11, he says, you have an interview with NTV tomorrow at 7:30. I said, no. Can someone else do it? He says, no, the posters are out and you have to be present. Herbert works like a soldier. So you have to say yes or you say yes. And it's a good thing. It's what has built us and the resilient we have. He will give you a trip and he asks you, Judith, do you drive? Yes. Even if you said no, he says the trip has been confirmed and the guests know your name already. So you have to say yes. So
Okay.
I said, I've been away for 13 days. Next week I'm going to go for research for 10 days. He said, what does my husband think? I felt guilty. I really felt guilty. I said, but I should appreciate because not everybody has these opportunities. And maybe this could be my most productive time. I'm young, I'm energetic. Anytime complications come up, I say, if opportunities are available, I will take them.
Okay.
But of course, you have to talk to family. And then again, it's a passion. So even if you stayed home and say, I'll not go for this trip, someone has trusted you. There's so many, the sample space is big. There are probably 10 guides, but the person has picked you. So you convince yourself, it's okay, everything is going to be fine. I'm going for this trip, and I will come back fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, everybody wants good stuff. We want good hair, we want good cars. We want our family to be better. So you want to keep the income going because you have to sustain a certain standard of living. So those are some of the things that
Okay.
reduce my guilt.
Okay, so yeah, definitely the drivers. We just have about 5 minutes to end. Prosi, our colleague from South Africa, I said about these issues of prejudice. Ellen has already made some comment about it. How do you resolve this prejudice about male guide or female guide? Do you find challenges with some clients or something like that?
Actually, most of the clients only look at quality. How professional are you, whether a female or a male? The clients would prefer quality. As long as you are professional, there is no client who will say, I don't want a female guide. Just be professional, no client will say no to a female guide. Because most clients actually would prefer female guides in bird watching because females are more patient than men, and bird watching requires a lot of patience. So, female guides are the same, like male guides. What a male can do, a female can do it even much better.
Oh, wow. All right, and finally, Adrian, the issue of culture has been answered by a colleague from the herbs and fauna. He seems to think that you just need to know when culture demands certain things, but otherwise there's no problem. Whistling or something like that, yeah?
Well, you have to know when to put on trousers, for example, when to whistle. But with birds, there is what you cannot control honestly. You are at a family gathering and a bird has passed and you want to identify or something like that. Or you're moving, you're from Mabamba, crossing, going to Ruzira where you stay, you're in a trouser, you're carrying gadgets, and you meet your father-in-law. Who will think this one has become a Muyaya in Kampala. So, and most of the stereotypes, by the way, they start with our family. He will meet you in family, he will not, in town, he will not even take time to find out why was she dressed like this. She will start spreading propaganda in the community, and before you know it all, they are telling your husband how you married a Muyaya, how she doesn't have your time. Yeah, things like that.
Okay. This can go on and on. My last one, and it's just site and you don't have to explain. Adrian, what is your favorite site for bird watching in Uganda?
Maxon Falls.
Maxon Falls.
Yeah, because it has a variety of birds, and I am kind of lazy. I don't like forest birding. So I find it leisure birding, being a grassland national park, a savanna national park. I can identify birds easily.
Okay, more open. Prosi, what's your favorite bird watching site?
I would like Bwindi most because I've lived in Impanga for a long time.
Forest lady, yeah.
So Bwindi has the Albertine Rift endemics that I cannot see every day. So Bwindi qualifies as number 1.
Judith, what is your favorite site for bird watching?
I see Abia is smiling. She probably knows the answer. You guys can just shout out the answer and I'll choose which one.
Mabamba, for the should be okay, right?
I've loved working with the communities at Mabamba, and they are hungry to find out, and they volunteer information for free. They'll even tell you when you're not asking.
Okay. Ellen, do you have a favorite site?
Yes, I think my favorite is around Lake Mburu, around Rakobo Rock, because I live there, and again, a bit like the first person, a bit easier to see the birds than at Nchima. So Rakobo and Lake Mburu. Plus, they're also getting new birds coming in, which is also really exciting.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And Miriam, what is your favorite site?
Mine is Budongo Forest, the Royal Mile.
Right.
Because it gives me an opportunity to learn how to set my telescope every time I see the birds in the higher canopies, and an opportunity to bump into chimps.
Not only birding, but also seeing other things. My favorite, I mean, you can't be anywhere in Uganda, but I'm surprised none of you has talked about Kidepo Valley National Park. It's a fantastic site. Every time I go there, I see a new bird. So that's my favorite site. Thank you very much, ladies, for such a fantastic discussion. A very big loud applause for Adrian, for Prosi, for Judith, Ellen, and Miriam for sharing with us and with the audience your experiences in birding. Thank you very much. I think that is all for me. I give back your microphone. The ladies' photo.
Please join the ladies' photo. That's the only way we will have a gender-balanced photo, when you join the photo. This is the most gender-balanced photo you'll probably find in Uganda anytime from now. Can we give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much, Lady Bades. And Judith kept saying, my daughter. We want to see your daughter. You said, my daughter is here. Where is your daughter? You kept, oh, not Judith, sorry. Yes. Yes. Please stand. We want to see you, and we are recruiting you already. Thanks for coming. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure. You kept saying my daughter, and everyone on the table said, we want to see her. So I'm glad we have. All right. So, listen, I have a reward for all of you, since you've been really great listeners, and you asked very smart questions. Lunch on the house, right? So I am hopeful you all have a lunch coupon. If you don't, the ladies on either side, there's a lady on that side, there's ladies on this side with lunch coupons. As you're walking out, please ask for one. We are having lunch in Paradise Restaurant. Is that downstairs? I'm just checking. Is that down? Down at the, yes. So ushers, please guide our guests to lunch. Our next session starts at exactly 2 p.m. 2 p.m. So if you can have lunch in 30 and visit the exhibition area in the garden and come back at 2, that's fine. But the next session, and I want to request, and I think our next panel moderator is David. Just check. I was just trying to reconfirm. I just need to make sure David is here by 2 p.m. because our session has to start on time. Dale, yes. So Deo Muhumza is our session host for the next session, where we will be looking at the birding experiences from Kenya, South Africa, and Rwanda. This panel includes our women birders from South Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. That will be quite insightful. And then we will definitely then listen in from different players in the industry, including Jeff. Jeff, who's been in this space for some time. He says he's probably traveling more than he's staying at home because of the birds. And there is so many birding meetings and conferences happening around the world, and I'm sure all of you keep meeting each other all the time. It must be quite exciting. Just before, one of the panelists was speaking, and we were discussing this with Shai, and she said the worst person you can be with at any platform is a birder. Because just as you, even if it's a cocktail, a party, a wedding, just as you're having a really good conversation, they've moved on because they saw some bird somewhere, or they've had something. Shai was sharing an experience. She was speaking on the phone with Herbert, and then she could hear a bird in his phone. And that's the last time she spoke to him, because he left the phone on. She could still hear him running. He's chasing the sound of the bird. He found the bird. He started looking for his camera, and she's still online. She's waiting for him to come back on the phone. So if you're having lunch today, and I'm glad that we are, again, that's sad that Paradise, I think, has an open space at some point. If you're having lunch today and one of your guests leaves you on the table, please do not think they've just left you. You're a bad partner or a table mate. It's just that they probably have had some bad somewhere in the neighborhood, and they've gone to check and see whether they can take a picture. Please note, they're the worst deaths I think you can have. So I'm glad that the birders are not married to birders. They are married to game rangers. Those ones are more organized. Some are married to birders. Oh dear. Now I can imagine a meeting in a garden or a game park or anywhere that there is trees. You'll have a problem at that function when you've gone with each other. All right, so enjoy your lunch. And if you're visiting for the very first time, please ensure you have the pineapple. Please, we want some feedback. Because it's the best thing you'll ever eat anywhere in the world. And we want you to share that experience with everyone else when you leave. So please ensure you have Uganda's pineapple. And if it is not sweet, then that was brought in from the neighboring countries. That is not ours. All right, enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
asinga okutya omuzindaalo.
had a training for 10 days for bird monitoring and ringing. When I went there for that training, I met 2 men from Attraction Birds Conservation, ABC. These men knew birds, their names, their calls. It interested me. I said, can I also do something like that? They said, yes, you can. Where should I come to do that? They told me, come to Arusha, we'll train you. So I trained there. It was hard and difficult. But then I just had to do it. Just after 3 months, it got me a job as a project assistant to Dodoma by Nature Tanzania. Then from there, it got me a job as a guide now for a company called And Beyond. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Laurentia. That's quite an inspiring story of how you became a birder. Next on the line is my colleague Janice from Rwanda. Please tell us how and when did you become a birder?
Hello to everybody in the house. As he said, my name's Janice Hawa Ntoimana. I come from Rwanda, and it's where I started my career. It's where I started me becoming a woman birder. My story takes you, everybody, especially East Africans, back in your villages, where I didn't know that I might become a woman birder, like a birder, or a naturalist, or like a conservationist. When I was young, I used to fight always with my grandmother, grabbing her grains, sorghum, soyas, and everything, taking them to the birds in the yards, feeling like they're also hungry. And from there, I liked listening to different stories from other kids, where my stories always were tackling to either birds, animals, where we have some interesting stories in our cultures regarding birds, like culture stories that always tackles to birds, a certain species. Like for example, we have pied wagtail that always likes to work in our yard, and we believed it's a peace-calling bird. So I was always fighting against with my grandmother, like, you believe it's a peace-calling bird, but you avoid me to feed the bird that is bringing peace in our house. Yeah? So from there, I kept doing that, and including collecting feathers of the killed birds in our banana plantations, which really looked very weird. And whenever I went to school, I found the feathers back in the banana plantations. Like, nobody wanted my feathers in the house. Yeah, especially the owls birds that we believed in our cultures, they bring curses to our house or to our family. So from there now I were like, how can a bird bring curse to a house or a family? Then from there I was like, now I should find somebody to explain to me this. And I joined the club during primary of environmental, but it wasn't as much as I wanted. And from there at 89 years, whoever knows Rwanda, especially the road that goes to north towards Volcanoes National Park, it's just one road. I was doing my primary school there, like across the street. And there is a nice stopover overview that all of the tour guides used to stop for the view, for the pictures of the view or stretchings, and all the kids would always gather to the tourists. And out of blue, by chances, one guide asked me of a name of a bird that was
fact, he knew it in French, I think. Then he was like, do you know this bird in Kinyarwanda? And unfortunately, I didn't know. But I told them what the bird sings and what imitates in our culture, in our language. So I think yesterday I was telling one of my friends about this bird. She didn't know about my inspiration from the bird, who is Abia. So from then, it stopped there, of having the interest. Nobody was there to push. And whenever loving birds and everything that goes around with nature, I kept it in my heart. Until I started secondary, still pushing up with the environmental club to the school where I moved to, and joining, as in I come from in a tailoring family. I also find out I'm maybe going to do this. I learned a lot from the family background. And one time, the riverling curtains in a certain family, when I was 14, I found the same man that asked me that question, reviewing the bird's book in a family where I delivered curtains. So I was like, you look like the man I know in like 6 years ago. He said, I don't remember, but since you remember this story, I'm now taking you to join other group that is interested in birds. That's how now I get to interact and get to know each other with some other group. The problem was I found there when I was like the second in the group as a woman, which was a little bit challenging. And now telling my family that I'm quitting tyroling to birding, it was not easy. Yeah. So that was my journey, how I started, how I came into birding, and I still call it a long journey. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Janice. You know, when we were beginning this session, I told you that my saying as Deo is that ahead of every successful woman, there is a man behind her. So I'm glad this is coming to reality, because every lady here is confessing that there was a man who pushed them to that. Not so. Anyway, I want to take this opportunity to also introduce you, Harriet. Somebody actually said that Harriet is or was the first woman birder in Uganda. And actually this thing started from here, thanks to Herbert, where I'm cheating for her exams. It's again thanks to Herbert, but anyway, she has her story. Tell us, Harriet, when and how did you find yourself in the birding fraternity? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deo, and everyone here, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this opportunity to speak here today. I've come a bit late, but of course, based on the stories you've heard about Harriet, Harriet was in the field doing her game that she does best all the time. So I was in Mabamba Swamp looking for the shoebill, and we did successfully manage to get that with my team, Adam and Kent. I'm called Harriet Kemigisha. I joined tourism many years back. That is way back in 2004. I'd just dropped out of school and living in my village. I'm born and raised in a small village called Bigodi in southwestern part of Uganda. The edge of Kibale National Park. For those who have been to Kibale National Park, I'm sure you know the village I'm talking about. So that's the village that raised me, and to today, up to today, where you see me talking to you about my journey that you're yet to hear. After my high school, my high school, I dropped out of senior 5, and I almost had no future. Like, I didn't know what the future holds for me. Bigodi Wetland Sanctuary, for those who know CAFRED, is a community-based environmental organization that by then was training guides in general wildlife and basically birding. They do give activities to tourists, most especially visiting Kibale National Park. I got a chance to train with them, and by then there was Mr. Malcolm Wilson, is a very good naturalist from South Africa. He was training guides, but also doing birds observatories for Uganda, doing different parks of Uganda. I joined him to train alongside other members of our community, and I happened to be one of the best students for Malcolm. He gave me my first bird book, Birds of East Africa, and also a pair of binoculars. So to me, my journey began right there. It's all I needed. I didn't want money. All I needed was how to get started into the real world of, nature. I trained for about 8 months at CAFRED, mostly specializing in birds. That's where my passion was, for sure. After 8 months, Uganda Wildlife Authority was advertising jobs in Kibale National Park, and they were looking for basically rangers in tourism, ranger guides to be put in tourism department in Kibale National Park. Based on my small training that I already had acquired at CAFRED, applied, got shortlisted and did the interviews. I got the job. Uganda Wildlife Authority gave me the job as a ranger guide, but then before actually starting to work to deliver, we had to go for military training for 6 months. I did that successfully, and I was deployed in Isunga first. They first put me in a department that was quite tough, but of course I managed. Patrols, I was leading patrols in the forest looking for poachers who could be setting traps, targeting antelopes and other mammals for food, basically. I'll go back to my history. My grandfather was a poacher, and as I was growing up, I knew most of his friends who were poachers. So when they put me in that department of, heading the patrol team, I knew where to go, who to pick. I also knew the techniques on how they would hide their tools. I did a good job and managed at least to pull down hunting in Kibale National Park by 80%. Thank you. Most of those poachers gave up their weapons up to now. Most of them got jobs with Uganda Wildlife Authority as trail cutters or cleaners. They are all employed in various fields. At least it's now better than it used to be. So I'm really proud I did that part of my job with Uganda Wildlife Authority. And then I was deployed back to tourism because that's where my dream was. They put me to Kanyanchu Visitor Center for those who have been in Kanyanchu. I started guiding, mostly specializing in birds. That's where my dream was, primates and birds. I guided several trips every day. They do 2 sessions. It was during that time when I met Mr. Herbert Byarahanga as well. He has a company, mostly specializing in birds. And because of my passion and my job, he was like, where is Harriet? Harriet must guide my clients. I've known her from CAFRED. I started leading tours, and Herbert was recommending me to other tour companies that would be coming to Kibale. Say, if you go to Kibale, you don't need to stress yourself. Harriet is there. Just throw your clients to her, and everything will be all right. I did my job so well, finding very difficult birds in the area that nobody knew these birds would be possible in the forest. In 2005, I remember very well, in February, we moved out. usual activities, going for chimpanzee tracking. And then, you know, the forest is big and you can easily lose your track. But we could track chimps using walkie-talkies, radio calls. Would be many out there in touch with our other friends, like, oh, where are you? Have you seen the chimps? Yes or no? So I'd seen the chimps very well in a very nice fig tree. It was time for us to go back to the camp with my clients. And I lost my way out. Like, seriously, I couldn't find my way out. And then I didn't tell my clients behind that I'm lost, but I was trying to figure it out. How do I get out of this forest? I called one of my friends. I'm like, Godfrey, in my language. I told Godfrey, like, meaning I'm lost, I completely don't know where I am. Then Godfrey was like, do you hear those chimps calling? I'm like, yes, I hear the chimps calling. Can you follow that direction of the calls? I'll walk towards it and I'll find you. So I followed Godfrey's advice. Excuse me. And before Godfrey found me, it was some good distance. I found a bird that I've never seen, looks similar to what I see in the book, but I was like, isn't this the green-breasted pitta? Nobody has even ever mentioned this bird. The bird was very beautiful. I forgot all about my getting lost and now concentrated on this beautiful bird that was making short flights and brilliant colors, blue, green. Like, wow. So the class were like, Harriet, are we watching this bird? I'm like, no. I'm trying to find for you more chimps when I was actually lost, but trying to make my way. I watched the bird, and of course, Godfrey was getting close. I was like, okay. Godfrey got close, got to me. I said bye-bye to the beautiful bird, but I made sure I knew at least the area after getting close to Godfrey. So when I went back to Kanyanchu, the visitor center, Godfrey found me and led me to the camp. I told my team, I've seen a bird, but I think it's a green-breasted pitta. They said no. Let us check in the book. By then, we had these old books that didn't have all the illustrations of the birds of East Africa in Kanyanchu. Said no, this was a green-breasted pitta. Said no, you're just lying. I called Hassan. Hassan was the director then, Access Uganda, and he was also mostly specializing in birding tours. By then, Hassan had left Kanyanchu 2 days ago with a very fanatic big birder called Ignacio Ferra from Spain. He was in Maction Falls, so Hassan told him, Harriet has seen green-breasted pitta in Kibale. Most of you may say, what's special with this bird? The green-breasted pitta is one of, by then, of course, was one of the hard-to-get pittas of the world. Nobody knew about it, nobody knew anything, not even known to science that much. So Ignacio Ferra and Hassan Mutebi had just checked in Maction Falls. They said, no, can we drive back to Kibale overnight and make sure we see this bird? He canceled whatever he was doing in Maction Falls, drove back to Kibale and said, Harriet, we are here, can you take us? I said, okay, in my mind, I don't 100% remember the spot, but I'll follow the fig tree. I know chimps will be there calling, and just take you in the area. I led them to the area with my binoculars, Hassan and Ignacio Ferra. Within 15, 20 minutes, I heard Ignacio say, oh my God, I've seen it. He was actually shaking. I've seen it, it's right there. It's a bird that really likes to be on the ground. And then within another minute, oh, there are two, I see another one. I'm like, oh my God, what a find. So that was 2005, and since then, the news of the green-breasted pitta was spread all over the world, and many bird watchers started really swarming into Uganda, of course, adding up with other good birds in Uganda and the many birding destinations. From then, 2005 to today, Uganda has received more birders than never before. And every year, to be honest, it's better than the previous one because of that. Yeah, that was my life with Uganda Wildlife Authority from 2004 to 2009. I was guiding all the time and everyone coming to Kibale looking for me, but I said I somehow got bored with my job. I'm sorry, but I mean my job as in being in Kanyanchu, being confined in one place. Because I wanted to see more birds in other places, like Maction Falls, see what takes place in Queen Elizabeth. And when you're employed by, as a ranger guide, you're just in one place until you get your leave, annual leave. That's when you're actually able to move and see other stuff. I told my boss I want to resign, and they couldn't believe it. 2009. By then I had Chief Park Warden, Mr. Charles Tumwesije. He's like, Harriet, with all this money you're getting, everyone comes here asking for you. You're getting good tips, you're getting medical, you're getting everything. Where are you going? Bakurojire, are you mad? Are you bewitched? I'm like, no, I feel I should move on for sure. This to me wasn't for money, but I felt I should move on and see more stuff. I was very, angry. I wanted to see stuff. When I put in my resignation, I started thinking now, in Uganda, which company employs ladies? Because my target was to move to places, but in line of guiding, I approached one of the big companies today, that's Gorilla Tours, because by then it was the only company employing ladies. I reached Entebbe at Virigo's office and Mr. Bat. I told them. They knew me, of course, I was guiding their clients in Kibale National Park. I told them I'm resigning my job and I want to join your team. I was like, okay, let us call Ruben to give you interviews. It was around 8, 9 there. Ruben came and started, of course, interviewing me, stuff to do with guiding and wildlife. He told me, we are going to call you. You can go. I said, okay. Before I reached home, Mr. Bat called me. He's like, Harriet, come back. I came back. They told me, asked me, when are you ready to start working? I'm like, I'm ready even now. So they put me on the charts, and by evening, I was already picking clients at the airport. So I got my first job from Uganda Wildlife Authority as a freelance guide with Gorilla Tours. I started working on a freelance basis from 2009 to 2013. I've worked for so many companies. I then decided to start up my own company, Harrier Tours. Why I chose Harrier Tours is because of, the Harrier hawk. It's one of my favorite birds of prey, and also adding up to my name, Harriet. Since then, I've managed at least to successfully guide and organized and guided about 300 professional birding trips, and basically.
Yes, thank you so much, Harriet. I think you can see the beauty of such a gathering. I've known Harriet for, I think, 18 years, but I didn't know about this inspiring story of hers. Harriet, thank you for that. And with that, I know even other birders there, the women birders, are inspired by your story. And she actually forgot to tell us that, what is your other name, please? Tell them.
My other name is the Peter Girl. From that Peter that I rediscovered in 2005 in Kibale National Park. Why Peter Girl? Every tourist, every company that deals in birding tours knew Harriet, knew about the bird. Because the bird was not seen for over 50 years and they were going to declare it extinct. And here I found it. That's why it became so special.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter Girl. Yes, well, I think you've all heard from the ladies. I'm just going to do another round. I don't know the timekeeper, how we are doing about the time. But I go back to Pendi. Okay. You are a nature guide, you're a bird guide, and I want to ask a question. Do you think this is the best thing you ever dreamt you would be? Plus, are you thinking of being stuck here where you are forever, or you're exploring other options? In other words, is this something that you really want to do for life? Okay, this is to you. Tell us, please, tell the congregation. Thank you.
Thank you for that opportunity. There's lots of things to do, but for the time, I will cover in short. As a manager and the bird guide, I just feel like I can do for my lifetime. I've been a graduate for a Bachelor of Education, but now I can see myself to be a teacher. I love to be in the world. I love the bush all the time. I'm feeling happy when I'm outdoors. So at home, I'm only one that love nature. And my mom keep asking me, "Are you see yourself to be a teacher?" I say, "Oh no, I'm not too sure now because I love bush. I love nature." That's why I decided to choose both the bird guard and the nature guard, because the nature is covered all. And with the trees, I love flowers. And recently, I was so lucky to be one of the participants in the butterfly trainees offered by BirdLife South Africa, because I love nature. And when I'm collecting all that experience, while I'm in the bush, maybe I'm looking Narina Dragon. If I couldn't see the Narina Dragon, but I can entertain my tourists with the butterfly, with the trees, just making the stories with the trees. Like in South Africa, there's some special trees, and the stories normally used when someone died, just use those trees. So that's why I like to do all of this. As I'm doing the safaris, I'm not permanent to one of the company. I'm a freelance to the Heritage Tours and Safaris is one doing the safaris. And doing my own tours as a bird guide. And now is leading me to be independent birding guide. Now I'm a owner and a director of Pindi Travel and Safaris. That's why my name comes, says Pindi, in Follows Pindile. So now I'm owning my company, doing the tours. I'm doing the hikings, and I'm offering with the game drives and a bird watchers. I love birds when I'm in the bush, and I love the small one, the forest bird. I love that challenges when I'm looking at that bird under the canopy. I love that challenge. More special, that honey birds. Not easy one, but I love that challenge of the bird.
Yes, thank you so much, Pendi. And well, you tell us, what is the success story that we can get from you in that journey of nature guiding or birding? What is something that you can tell the crowd here that can also inspire them? And also, after that, you can also share with us the challenges that you've gone through, you as in you, a woman birder or a woman nature guide. Yeah, thank you.
As a bird guide now, since I've been trained by BirdLife South Africa, so it's more inspired me to be an educator, to be a bird guide. I met with some other ornithologists, and which is Dr. Rob Little, and also Mr. Mans Poison, and the photographer, and Judith know them. And I'm working with them, and I'm doing the avian surveys with them in Mans Poison around in South Africa for different surveys, which is proposed as the wind farm surveys. Doing the work transits and the focal sites of points, and the drivings around to check the sightings, so collecting the data, the birds. And it's opening more job opportunities because now I'm working with the Wild Bird Foundation of America. Those people are doing the expeditions outside in South Africa, in Africa, for different countries. Like from April to August, I was doing the motor surveys outside in the country, like from the Botswana, Angola, and Zambia, and also Namibia. But it's more based on the Angola and Zambia.
Okay, thank you, Pendi. It's more interesting that where besides making money out of it, you're also doing research and conserving the birds. So I'll jump straight to Martha from Kenya. In this birding journey that you're in, please, could you share with us your accomplishments or any success stories, and what are the challenges that you've met in this birding journey? Thank you.
Thank you. I would say being here is one of the success stories. Otherwise, I wouldn't be speaking to you all. So thank you. The other success stories is also mentoring people who are coming after you, because even us, when we got in, we had people that mentored us, that lent us their binoculars, their guidebooks, their time, and also guiding us in other things. When you're out there, you cannot choose to just look at the birds. You will see them flying, you'll see the skies, you'll see them perching, you'll see the trees, the flowers, the seeds they're feeding on. So it's a whole journey. You cannot just choose to do birds. Yes, you will guide birds and everything, but you blend it in everything else.
Any challenges you've met in this journey?
Of course, most of the challenges were highlighted in the morning panel with the other ladies. There's, of course, accommodation facilities for women guides when you're starting in. There's, of course, people who will not believe that you can do that because you're a woman. And of course, sometimes it comes from a good place. They're worried about where you're going to sleep or how you're going to survive in the wild. But also there's another challenge that most people, or rather most women, will not talk about. It's the clients themselves. For example, you get bookings from especially male clients, and the conversation goes from professional conversations to, unrelated topics. And yes, we laugh about it, but it's really a challenge. And you find that sometimes when people ask for specifically a female guide, most of the time you think twice. Why? But also, if it's a group, then it's okay. But if it's just individual clients and they're asking about female guides and they've not looked anywhere else, so it's become part of, our story that personally, automatically, I will refer them to my male guides, some of them who are seated over there. And then, so those are some of the challenges. So it's not usually from our circle, it's also the clients.
Okay, so apart from all that, do you think this is something you really want to do for life?
I've done it for 20 years. I'm not stuck in it, it's part of me.
Okay.
It's part of me and it's what I do.
That's good to know, so you're here to stay.
I'm here to stay, I've
okay. Thank you. Round of applause for Martha. Yes, I go straight to my friend from Tanzania, Laurentia. Please Can you tell us, is it the birding or the guiding that makes you glow, like you're glowing there?
Deo, I think if you remember, when we just met in Tanzania, I was still a young birder, just began and didn't know many birds. But I think you remember my enthusiasm and wanting to learn. And I always believed the birds would take me to different places, would help me in my career. And today I'm here.
Oh.
And the birds are also what made me to become a guide ranger and beyond. If you have heard of the company, it's a very big company. And only 4 female ranger guides from East Africa.
Wow. And you're among the 4?
Yes, I'm among the 4. So I've just joined the company. I'm having 6 months now with them.
And looking forward to have another 12 years, 10, 30?
I'm looking forward to always be a birder because I know even if I stop being a guide, I'll still be a birder, and that will give me many opportunities to help other young ladies.
Wow, thank you very much, Laurentia. Janice, yes, the girl from 1,000 Hills, Rwanda. She's always busy. And please tell us, don't you want to go back to, was it the sewing business you're doing curtains? Or you think you're stuck here? Please tell us what have you achieved in this, and what challenges have you met actually during this journey?
Thank you so much, Theo. My first success during this journey is me being here on this panel. Because I can't just be here without something to say or something to inspire my younger me to come or to join us in birding or some other activities that are more welcoming women or some other sectors. You know, we have other sectors out there that they don't have yet women intervening or succeeding in that sectors. So we never know. This International Women Birders Conference is not only here to encourage women in tourism, because it's going wideward. So we never know whoever is picking up the message or the encouragement in this conference. Another thing is that my achievement goes back to the family. Now they know a lady can not only do the normal jobs we used to know like I can do. They know I cannot not only take care of myself through tailoring, yeah? They know I'm not only there to cook, do laundry, or some other stuff that are supposed to be done by women. And speaking of which, of 1,000 Hills country, we are one of the countries in the world that has 61% of members in the parliament. So this encourages the whole East Africa, the whole world, to knowing that women can always do something, can always take decisions in high levels. So why in tourism? And we have a lot of achievements. And guess what? I have a 3-year-old girl. She already has a pair of binoculars. And whenever she sees me with the binoculars, she's like, "Mommy, can I have my eyes?" She thinks it's the second eyes to her. Yeah, because she knows when she grabs a binocular, she's going to achieve seeing far things close to her. So
So it's another kind of a projection towards our kids, towards our young ones, towards of whoever is willing to achieve anything in their life. So,
Yes, thank you, Janice. Any challenges that you'd want to share with us that you've encountered during the guiding, the birding, as a woman, of course?
millions of challenges, but I'm coming back to everybody's challenges on this panel or the first panel of being a mother, being a wife, being a spouse to somebody, doing this job, which is not really easy. Even if, yes, we keep saying women can do what men can do. But
Yes.
on the field, now sometimes you realize, oh, I'm a woman. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Janice. Yeah, I remember when I met Janice in Rwanda, you told me that mostly when you ask guides to kind of give you like hints or give you their cars to drive and also master how to drive, they were like not, they wouldn't give that trust. And I think I did some work, didn't I?
Yeah. Speaking of the achievements,
Yeah.
like now this season we are getting done with, they are giving me a nickname of a queen of flat tires. Like, you know, on the trip, we
She's the one who always gets flat tires, okay? So,
yeah, where they like, oh, if you have a flat tire, please consult Janice. She's going to help you out. Like, now trusting that, this gives you an image of now how far you've come. If somebody now is calling you, like, even if it's kind of a joke, but you realize, like, from not being given cars very easily, now they believe you can give, maybe train your fellow female guides to how to change a flat tire or how to do this on a car brake or how to do this on the field when they get challenges.
okay, thank you so much. A round of applause for Janice. And lastly, I'm hesitant whether to ask this question to Harriet about the success stories because she's already told us how she earned the name of the Peter girl. And then maybe she also has some other success stories that she needs to share with us that can inspire us. She could also be having a few challenges. And I would also want to ask her whether if she's offered a job at Uganda Wildlife Authority to rest from this hectic activity, whether she would take it. Oh, please, Harriet, you can share with us. Tell us, what have you achieved? Because we don't want to come here and brag and say, well, we are there, we are here to stay, when we have nothing to show. So you tell them, or tell us, what have you achieved? What challenges have you met through this journey? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deo. Same response, being here is a big achievement for me. Having everyone here is a big, big achievement. As the first female bird expert, there was almost no one like behind me. The time I was working with Uganda Wildlife Authority and when I resigned my job, started freelancing, birding was not as sounding as it is today. Mr. Herbert Biaruhanga kept pushing, said, Harriet, you can do this. Harriet, you can take this beyond this level. And starting up the Uganda Women Bird Guides Club is one of the biggest achievements because we wouldn't be here if this wasn't really started by Mr. Herbert Biaruhanga following my good results that I was doing in the field. the other achievements as Harriet and my team. When I talk of my team, I mean the female bird guides of Uganda. Most of you we work together. I get overwhelmed with birding tours. Many people contacting me from all over the world. Harriet, are you available this time of the year? I'm like, yes or no. When you're not available, can you give us your best who can provide what we want? I call Abia or Prosi or Judith, whoever is available, because they're also busy most times. But yeah, that's one of the big achievements, I would say. To be able to be contacted by people I don't know, I've never met. I've never been to any stand in the US, in the UK, looking for business, but business finding me home is one of the biggest achievements for sure.
Oh yes, thank you, Harriet. Any major challenges, and then again, you also have to tell us, do you really want to retire soon and do other things, or you want to do this until you go down?
I would say challenges are many, like any other industry, any other field. Hours back, I was traveling from Mabamba, and I happened to listen to a little bit of challenges my fellow guides were talking about, female guiding versus male guiding. I remember the story during my freelancing time, 2014, yeah. One of the guides called me, Harriet, I was booked for a trip and I'm not able to do it. Can you please come and stand in for me? These were not my clients, it's a company. I'm like, okay, I'll stand in for you. So this guy from UK is one of the big birding companies in the United Kingdom, was told that Harriet is going to be your guide. They have replaced your guide to Harriet. So who's Harriet? I'm sure he felt nervous, he felt disappointed, and he was, oh my God, this trip is not going to be successful. I met him at the hotel day one of the trip. I introduced myself. He wasn't really sure that I was going to deliver. I looked, the look on his face was really like, oh, not for me. Day one in Mabamba and the rest of the tours, he was like, oh, why have I not been taking you up? Since then, he got stuck with me. Every time he's coming to Uganda, he wants to go with Harriet. So, wow. I mean, girls, boys, doesn't matter. It's all about how much you produce in the field.
Okay, thank you so much, Harriet. I have to say this again, that please remember that we are the boys are a little ahead, and we are trying to pull you, okay? So don't overtake us so fast. So thank you so much, my panelists and the members in the congregation, for giving us time to listen to our stories. And I think this marks the end of my session, and wish you fruitful. I don't know if, before I end this, if anybody has any questions before we end the session. Any questions for any of the participants? I'm just going to take one for each participant, just for saving time. So I'll begin. If you have any question for Harriet, one hand. No question for Harriet. If you have any question for Janice, yes, please. Someone give her the microphone. Yes, your name and where you come from and your question.
Thank you. It's Nandi from BirdLife South Africa. I just wanted to, it's not a question, but more of a comment on the remark that you made, that sometimes when you're in the field, when you're in this work, there's a moment when you realize that you're actually a woman. I found that to be so profound, And I think admitting that to ourselves and admitting it aloud is such a strength, because the lessons that I'm learning from this morning's panelist and from what everybody's saying, as women, we need to lean into our prowesses. So the fact that you've got strong maternal skills, that's your competitive edge, that's your comparative advantage. So we need to lean, we need to be within ourselves, and that's such an encouraging message for me, that you don't need to change who you are in order to survive in this male-dominated world, but rather have a strong self-sense of awareness, because knowing and feeling that, okay, yes, this moment is overwhelming me, and it's probably maybe because you're a woman, because of the way you're socialized, the way that you think, and the way that you interpret the world. I thought that was such strength, and I think it's...
Oh,
it's
thank
a
you
take
so
of
much, and flowers to Janice. Any question for Laurentia? One hand. Question or comment or compliment?
Thank you so much. Please allow me to stand. I like to stand out. I'm joking. My name is Daphne Nahuera. Just a few of you know me. But I am also the Sunset Traveler. And first of all, ladies, I am so grateful. All of you, actually each one of you. Harriet, you made me cry. To be honest, I didn't even cry when I got proposed to. Now what I'm saying is that your story is so, so beautiful. I would love to host you on my podcast. And my question goes to Janice. First of all, I have seen this girl when she started out as a bard, and I'm so impressed that she is actually here speaking to us. I'm so proud of you. My question is about Rwanda, you know, where you come from. How are women barders in Rwanda, especially with the numbers? Because I'm going to be honest, you're the only one I've seen. Is it a growing population in tourism as barders in Rwanda? And where are they getting their training from? Do they have a Habat in Rwanda? Because I mean, Habat is always the savior of birds in Uganda. So is there a Habat in Rwanda? If there is, how are the women approaching and embracing women birding in particular? Otherwise, thank you guys, and I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, Janice, please.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Virungi Beatrice from National Arts and Cultural Crafts Association. I believe some of my members are also present. I just want to appreciate you young ladies for being so courageous and firm in the field that you are working in, because you are exposed to so many things. You are alone in the field, you are alone in the hotels, you are alone in the forests, and I really feel that you need an appreciation. How I would like to hear from you the message, or what is that strong message you can give to young girls who feel that they would wish to join this field, that they can remain strong and not diverted to other things, because there is a lot of money there. You're exposed to new people, you're exposed to strong people, you are told different stories. I will take you to America, I will take you to... What is that message that you can give to young girls who can join the field? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Before I take another question, Janice had to tell us whether the female guides or badders, the population is growing, or she's the only one in Rwanda, please?
I would like to answer her questions very clearly. Since I have started these birding excursions, the number is not growing. Guess why? The challenges that you, as Ugandan women birders, have faced long time ago, having the hunts, having the people grooming you, the people pushing you, having different sectors supporting you with either materials, either this and that you need to pursue or follow your passion. We don't have that yet in Rwanda, unfortunately. So we have some people who have been there for long who tries to, what they do is welcome us, invite us, but inviting means comes whoever is willing to, or meaning you know where you are going, you have what is going to cater you along. Yeah? So the number is actually not growing, and whatever number is there, everybody is also going for big things. You know, birding is a long journey. You can't just start today and you know you are achieving tomorrow. So it's a long learning journey.
Okay, Janice, thank you so much. I think, Judith, you've heard. We still have a long way to go. We need to stretch and make sure we have this number growing in Rwanda. So really, we are out of time. I would like to end this session. Thank you so much for listening to us. Ladies, you can go and take your seats.
A group photo, please, before you leave. Group photo. Cameraman, please. For ending a successful session. With those fresh smiles. Wow. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deo, for this fantastic job. Another round of applause to Deo and the team here. You know, the stories are very inspiring all the time, because when you listen to these ladies talking, of course, they are a bit shy. Sometimes they do, it's too much. They don't want to say everything. I know Harriet did something amazing, and she has not talked about it. The Harriet you hear, she went on a trip with a baby of 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Oh my God. I was like, well, how is she going to do it? But she did it and managed to come back. Harriet has accommodation. She didn't mention that. Harriet, how could you forget that you have accommodation for us? She has 2 facilities, very nice facilities. You can go and stay there and have and enjoy it. One is near the forest, where you can even walk at night and go there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a working tea or coffee, but I want us to have this next session because it's a learning session. We love to get all of you involved in the birding world, where we create equal opportunities. Our theme is talking about equal opportunities, but we love to see even many men, not only women around, many men get involved. And I can tell you, we can only make sense as a country or as a continent or the world if we share what we see. Everybody, I discovered along the way, what made me a photographer, that people appreciate photographs more than anything else. And people in technology created phones. They innovated phones, and every other time, people pull up with the phones and take pictures. Many times they end there. They appreciate them on phone and go away. So we need to look at how can we do it better for Uganda, in this case. How can we do it better for Uganda? So the next 2 speakers, whom I've known for quite some time, are going to share with you part of their journey through this and how it can be done best here. And I wish everybody gets, especially those young people here, get some pens there and notebooks and take some notes, because these are very, very technical people. I have been going to the United States for a very long time. I am known to very, very many friends there, but one of them that I've been talking to, who sold me this binocular, by the way. He gave me this binocular when he was working with Leica. It got old, the first one, because it's an expensive thing. And when I went back and told him this binocular cannot help me anymore, he just gave me a new one. Exchange. And guess what? Judith talked about this binocular earlier. $3,000. That was all. Take this one. Allow me to invite Jeff Button. Come to the stage. This is the guy who he switched to another company. One amazing thing that you would want to take even a photo with him is that, please take a seat, is that he wants to digiscope. You know what they call digiscoping? Digiscoping. He wants to do 1,000 species of birds. But of those, he has done about 700 something, and he wanted 270 in Uganda. But he's almost 100 in 2 days. So I think he's going to make it. So if you take a photo with him, and you'll just be proud. You can imagine he's not all birders around the world. Now, also, to balance the boat, as we say in Uganda, there's another lady who is an expert in photography. She has come to be with us. She's a very good friend of ours. She follows our Facebook pages. You know, some of you have these Facebook pages. I know in Uganda we don't use Facebook these days, isn't it? But sometimes people do the way they can, they get it. But you officially closed. But it's on. You can still use it. If you are a bird watcher like me, you have to fly over where there is no network and get your own network. So allow me to invite a lady, very professional guide, a mother of two, Jamie. Please give her a clap. You're welcome to the podium, the stage. They have very good presentations that you need to pay attention to. I want to warn colleagues who are tribe mates, my tribe mates. Please listen carefully. The accent is going to change. There's nothing else. It's just accent. The words are the same, but accent, please. Open your ears carefully. If you don't watch television, CNN, sorry for you. If you never watched cartoons, you will be like me. It took me like 5 years to pick some accents. But it's simple, easy. Take it easy. You're going to enjoy what they're going to discuss with you. I know you're making a presentation. Just hand it over this. Presentation for Jeff, please. You have it off head? Off head? Oh, it is there. You get them? Okay. Moderator, presentation. I don't see it here on the screen. So this conference, ladies and gentlemen, is attended by people from America, South America. That's your. Okay, we're going to sweep you. Just easy. You're all birders, crazy birders. So let's allow Jamie to come and take us through what she does. She's a guide. In Uganda, in East Africa, when somebody's like her, they say, no, you don't supposed to be a guide, you have grown. Me, I've told people I will retire when I die. Jamie, I allowed you to be here. Thank you for accepting to come to Uganda. Please take us through what you do.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'll let the photos speak for themselves for the most part if you can't understand what I'm saying. I think Jeff's. Is that your presentation? Mine should have a bird that says nature photography as the first slide, please. That's the one. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for having me here. My name is Jamie Cunningham. I'm from the United States. I live in Ohio, and I work for a company called Saberwing Nature Tours. I'm a birding and photography guide, but primarily for photography. And any of our guides out there who've guided photographers know that we're a little different breed than the birders. A little more, I'll say passionate, but crazy might be the right word. I'm very happy to be here with all of you other women guides. In the US, it's very similar. There's a big disparity between men and women. I'm in a company of 6, I'm the only woman. And in addition, for photography, there's even less guides than there are birding guides. And I'm not sure why. My client base is about 50-50, maybe 60-40 with women being predominantly my main client. So it's interesting that so many of the guides are male. It's the shared experiences I've heard today aren't just in Uganda. I mean, that's shared across the globe as well. I, too, am a mother. Balancing family life and work life can be challenging. This time I just brought them along. My children are here, so very excited to have them in Africa. I'd make them stand up, but they'll be grouchy later, so. When I heard about this conference, the first thing I wanted to do was do something for the guides here. I know binoculars are an issue to get, and camera gear probably even more. So we reached out to our partners at Zeiss, and they provided us a set of binoculars to raffle off for anyone who would donate a camera for us to bring to donate to these women guides here to use in the field. So I'm very excited to have quite a few pieces of equipment that will be left here and be used by all the guides, and very excited about that. So I'm very lucky. The company that I work for, they're a great company. I build my own itineraries. I set my own schedule. I'm part of the decision-making process. I do my own logistics. Any idea I come to them with, they're for it. I also implemented several women-only birding tours. That's the first thing I brought to them, actually, when I joined the company. And they were wonderful about letting me do whatever it was that I wanted to do, you know, and great, great group of guys that I work with. So it is a little different leading birding trips and photographers. How many of the guides that are here, raise your hand if you've had some serious photographers in your group? Big cameras, who's got serious? They're not like the birders, are they? It's not enough to see the bird. We have to see it well. It has to be in the right light. Oh, and what about the backgrounds? Are they too busy? We have to get the right head angle. Everything has to be perfect, so it's a very interesting set of challenges to guide photographers. I sometimes miss the days where I could just look at a bird and be really happy, which I still do, don't get me wrong. So through this presentation, anyone who's a guide, your photography clients are going to want something different. So some tips and tricks in here for offering a little bit different experience for those type of clients. Let's see if I can get this to work. You said I just point it towards the back. Ah, there we go. So why photography? We've talked so much today about birding, using your tools like binoculars. So now we've got a camera, we've got a whole nother piece of equipment to use, something you have to learn. It's cumbersome. They're heavy a lot of times. And then there's a lot of extra moving parts and pieces. You need memory cards, you need batteries. You need to make sure those batteries are charged. I've been in the field where I've forgotten, that's quite unfortunate. So it's like a whole nother level of things that you have to worry about. So what's the point? Why even bother doing it? It's the Buffy helmet crest, by the way, that's pictured there. So this is a terrible photo, terrible. But this is a good example of a lot of times what you see in the field. When you're using a field guide, you open the bird book, you go to the page, and there's this crisp, clear view, a nice lit thing where you can see all the field marks, you can see everything about the bird. In the field, it's not that simple. These birds are fast. They move quickly. They're behind branches. They're up high in the canopy. It's not always easy to see what you're looking at. So with a camera, it's great for learning. It's a great tool. When I first started, I got my camera mainly for identification. I took a picture of what I was seeing. I could take it home, sit down, compare it to my field guides, and figure out what I was looking at. In addition, everything in field guides isn't necessarily covered. It doesn't cover all plumages. It doesn't cover different angles. It doesn't cover many things, juveniles, adults, molting. So with a camera, you're able to take some photos, go back, and learn later. Repetition. I use photos all the time. I've been studying like crazy for birding here. It's a lot of different species to learn, and photographs is how I do that. So even if you're not in it for the artistic piece, identification is a big deal. Business promotion. People see photos and want to do the same thing. We picture our groups having fun, going out to eat, seeing birds, being excited. For those of you in the business, this is a great way to encourage growth within your community for others to see and say, you know what, I want to do that too. And these people seem to have a great time with this guide. I'm going to book with this guide. So photography can be very important for that piece as well. I use my photography a lot in education. One of the things I'm most passionate about is teaching youth about birds and conservation. I do most of my programs for elementary and middle school age youth. This is a picture of my first high school group that I ever did, and I was really excited. Out of 8 classes, only 2 kids slept the whole time, which is unusual for high schoolers. But in addition to that, you can use photography and speaking. Sometimes people get into the sales of photography for calendars and prints and things like that. It's much harder nowadays to do that sort of thing. But you can use your photography for a lot of other purposes. Science is also a very important one. This is a piping plover. You can see it has bands on the legs. So this is something that we're able to get the data off of those bands and report these birds and see what their movements are, what they're doing, where they're going. And it'd be very hard to do this in the field, to see the tiny numbers and letters that are on each of these bands. So I can go in later, zoom in, figure out what I'm seeing, and report this information, which is valuable data for the community. Interactions, capturing behaviors. I have a whole series of photos. Now, these are not quality images because they were taken at quite a distance, but the bird you see very low and small is a piping plover. The bird up top is a whimbrel. It's one of our largest shorebirds versus one of our smallest shorebirds. And this whimbrel landed in a piping plover's breeding territory. And the piping plover was very upset. So he faced off with this bird that's at least, maybe 10 times larger than him to try and scare him off the beach. And he's very small over in the far right-hand side there on the ground, but you can see him low, starting to run at this whimbrel who's doing an aggressive territorial display back. And ultimately, this bird chased the whimbrel, huge bird, chased him right off the beach. And to my knowledge, I've not been able to find any other photos that have captured this series of events. So you're able to document in the field interesting things that other people may have never seen. And conservation. People do not care about what they don't know about. I have found that most people will care if you share information with them. They just simply don't know. This is a bobolink. It's a bird that lives on our prairies in North America and migrates down to South America in the winter. And it's suffered a lot of habitat loss. I found one of these birds displaying some nesting type behavior at our local reservoir. And in the US, we love to mow. We have a real problem with short grass or long grass, and I'm not sure why. People think of it as being messy. So we pour a bunch of chemicals on grass then to cut it down so everything looks green and sterile. I actually really hate it. But what that's done is destroy a lot of habitat. So everyone's always out mowing in the summer. Well, when I found this bird, I went to our local city officials and said, hey guys, can you just wait to mow? Can you not do it now? Wait till the end of breeding season, and then you can mow till your heart's content. But give us till July. And it was the easiest thing I had ever done. They agreed immediately over the phone. We put an article in the newspaper about it to let everyone know why we were letting all this grass grow so these birds could breed. And it's been a reoccurring partnership with the city now for 6 years that they leave that area unmowed through the entirety of breeding season. So it just took some photos, some information to help. And it's not a big help, but it's what you can do. You should always do what you can, and that's more than doing nothing. So I get a lot of feeling from people when they see me out with my big telephoto lens that, you know, it's something that I'm doing that they can't do. My equipment's expensive, it's heavy, but everyone can do photography. Who's taken a picture of a bird? I mean, you guys have taken pictures of birds, right? No matter what. These cell phones nowadays, they're incredible. They're a great tool. So you don't have to go out and buy a $10,000 camera. You can do photography with what you have. So it should never feel like that's a barrier just because you don't have the big equipment. And, you know, the quality has just gotten better and better and better. So it really is something that everyone can be a part of. So what do you need to get started? It's pretty simple. A camera, a subject, the basic rules of photography, which I'll go over with you in a moment. Patience. I'm not a patient person at all, but photography has made me very patient to wait for the right shot, the right look, the right light, the right location. And don't be scared of mistakes. I spent one whole summer screwing up every photo I took because I was determined to learn how to shoot in a particular mode, manual mode, but I learned from it. You can always go out and take another shot. And a positive attitude. It's easy to get discouraged. You shoot all day long and then you go home with nothing and then you get on Instagram and see the most beautiful bird shot. And it can be very frustrating. But stay positive, always more time to shoot. So a short list of some equipment that's recommended. And you don't need all of these things, especially like editing software. A lot of times you can edit right to your phone. If you take a picture on your phone, you have editing built right in. It's wonderful. I will say that having rain gear is an important thing, as I lost a camera recently to some humidity in the tropics. If I can offer one piece of advice to anyone getting interested in photography, now it's a boring read, I assure you, but read your camera manual. I have so many people come to me and say, I don't know how to do this, I don't know which button to push. And I say, well, have you checked your manual? Can you show it to me? And they get it out and it's still in the plastic. They've never opened it. And it is dry. It is a dry read. But there's so many variants now, different companies doing different things. Mirrorless has gotten really big. So if you sit with that manual and just flip through, you're going to learn a lot about the equipment you're using and will answer a lot of your questions. So some of our basic rules. Keep the sun at your back. That's the first one. It gives you the correct exposure most of the time. You're not going to be backlit, your bird's not going to be shadowed. Get closer. That's always a thing you want to try to do. Don't center your subject in the middle of the frame. Only photograph in good light. That means usually a couple hours after sunrise and a couple hours before dark. That harsh midday light really blows out colors, messes with the contrast. And get eye level with your subject. Nobody wants a shot of a bird's butt, like looking up at a tree. It's not a good shot. Things to avoid, kind of the opposite of what we just looked at. Going out midday in harsh light will never result usually in a nice photo unless you have a nice overcast day. Shooting up. I see a lot of people, they see a bird come in and they do this. I don't want a cloaca shot of a bird. I'm not sure about anyone else, but it's not an ideal shot. Shooting down at a bird is also kind of the same thing. Birds flying away from you, and a lot of times that's because you've disturbed them anyways. Using any unethical methods while photographing, that's a big one. It's, at the end of the day, the bird is the most important thing, not the photo. And emotional attachment. I see a lot of people hanging onto photos they've taken because it was a very special moment for them. It was something that they worked hard for. But if you're really interested in a quality photograph, you have to be very objective of your own work. No. Being prepared is a big one. If it's, check the weather, bring insecticide, be ready for those harsh conditions. I heard a lot of talk today about wearing trousers, which is cute because we call them pants. I don't hear the word trousers very often. I wouldn't dream of going out in the field without pants, nor do I I don't wear skirts and dresses anyways, but it's be prepared with your clothing, be prepared with all of your gear, make sure your batteries are charged, things like that. It makes things a lot easier. So setting up the shot, you're out, you've got your gear, you've got your memory card, everything's good. So a few things to keep in mind. Always check your settings instead of just going out and shooting. Have a quick look. Remember to go out in that good light, the light angles, so keep the sun at your back for the most part. The background, I always think about that a lot. I look at my bird through the viewfinder, and the next thing I do is look behind him. Is there a big stick running through the back of his head? Is there something really distracting back there, bright leaves? Can I move a little bit to get that out of the frame? That's something that's very important to me. Getting closer will always improve your backgrounds and make your subjects easier to see. And if something's in the way or something doesn't look right, try getting lower, try getting higher. Many times you will find me laying on the ground at a beach photographing shorebirds. That happens often. I'm not going to get too much into the technical points of exposure. That would be a whole nother program today. But I get a lot of questions. What is the best mode? If you're not sure and you've not practiced a lot, just put it in auto mode. You're not going to nail every exposure, but that will come with practice. So don't be afraid. I hear people say, oh, if you're not shooting in manual mode, you don't know what you're doing. That's a very elitist view. In good light situations in a mid-tone background, you could easily shoot in auto and get the same result. I think the most important thing I can talk to you guys about today is composition, because that's something everyone can do. You take the photo, but how do you present it to the world? How do you line it up so it's pleasing to look at? And that's something everyone can work on, regardless of what equipment you're using. And photo selection. So this is not a good shot. This is unfortunately my only female cerulean warbler shot. But it's a mess. There's sticks all over the place and terrible light. And at some point when you're going through and trying to decide, what am I going to present as this photo that I want to show people, that I want to be proud of, you have to be very picky in what you choose. So this is one that I would recommend. I mean, it's slightly off-centered. It has room for the bird to move. Our brains like to see the possibility for motion in a photo. So it's cropping it real tight in, or the bird's looking that way, so our brains want to see that there's room for that bird to move into that space. I like when the background's very clean. It keeps the focus on the subject at hand. I'm sorry, I'm not telling anyone these bird species. This is a prairie warbler, one of birds that breed in my home state. And this is a gray-breasted mountain toucan. This is from Colombia. And you can see that I've kind of anchored in the corner part of the branch and put the bird slightly off center again, so it has room to move. And this is an okay shot. It's fine, you can see the bird. It's okay. But when left in a better compositionally pleasing way that includes some of the beautiful background and some of the plants that are so pretty in this shot, it makes for a much more pleasing photo. Rule of thirds, that's something you're going to always hear when dealing with photographers. What that means is if you're looking at a photo, you want to break it into a grid, and you want to put your subject on one of the cross points. This is something they've studied, actually, that our brains find very pleasing to see a photo expressed in this way. So you can kind of see the grid. We've got the green-winged teal here on the bottom left anchor point. We've got kind of a line of the marsh horizon in the background, and then the lines from the bird moving are on that lower horizontal line. So here's it without the grid, same concept. This is a little blue heron. Again, it's a non-breeding plumage golden-crowned sparrow, kind of offset here. And you may think, well, how do you get the birds where you want it? Well, I do a lot of work at feeder setups. This is a built setup, actually, that I brought in these plants, I put that branch there and there is seed right underneath that branch. So I knew that the bird would come in, land, and then jump down to get the food. It's another example of a vertical with the rule of thirds. And a lot of this is done in post-processing. When you crop, you can take the shot and then you crop it in a way to put it on these lines. So once you know the rules, there's a lot of times you're going to want to break the rules. But the goal is to know why you're breaking them. So this is a muskox from Nome, Alaska, and he's right in the middle of the frame. And for a good reason. He kind of squared off to me as I got out of the car on the road, and was not happy about me being there. And I wanted to really show how powerful he was, and so I wanted him to be right in the center. And then there's square crops. Most of these you've seen have been a landscape crop or a vertical crop, but sometimes square works really well, especially for headshots. And you've got a picture like this. This is a difficult, I edited this about 4 different times trying to find a way for this to work. This is a glossy flower piercer from Costa Rica. So you've got kind of an anchor point on either side, and the bird, in this kind of unusual way, he's clipping the base of the flower to drink the nectar instead of drinking it like a hummingbird would. Sometimes I really like to show the habitat that the bird is in when they live in very beautiful areas. It's a spotted sandpiper. Looks a lot like your guys' common sandpiper. And the scene was so beautiful that I wanted it to be as much of a focus as the bird itself. So it's not always necessary to crop right in on top of the bird every time. Sometimes I really want to show the habitat. We've got a short-tailed hawk here, very, very small in the frame, but this beautiful cloud forest in Costa Rica, I really wanted to show off, so I included a lot of that in the frame here. I talk about getting eye level with the subject a lot, getting low. Well, there are times where that's an exception. This is a young roseate spoonbill, and I really wanted the reflection in the shot, so I got higher to include part of that. And I said always keep the sun at your back, but you can do some really lovely stuff with silhouetting. So if you're feeling artsy, you can get out there and put the sun right in front of you, expose for the sun, and end up with a shot like this. This is a little motion blur. I've slowed my shutter way, way down on purpose so I could show some of the movement of these sandhill cranes as they were moving through the marsh. So once you've gotten the hang of things and you've taken a lot of photos and you're interested in more than documentary shots, there's just a few tips here if you want to really stand out from the crowd. The head angle of the bird. This is a huge one for me. It's a deal breaker on every shot. If that bird is not looking towards me, if it's looking away or even parallel, it just doesn't feel intimate. It doesn't feel like I have a connection with that animal. So it's really important to me to choose a photo where the bird is slightly looking towards me. I would feel that way about mammal photography as well. Like here's a shot. It's just not the same. Yeah, the bird's in the frame. It's fine. But it's flying away. This is a Santa Marta wood star from Colombia. The last one was a prothonotary warbler, sorry. And a lot of times to get them to look at me, you can just make kind of a squeak or a pish sound. This bird, this is a varied thrush, it was looking away from me and I just kind of like, and he just turned and looked real quick and I snapped the shot. That's kind of how you get them to look in your direction. Getting eye level. This is probably my favorite type of photography. When you're right with the animal that you're photographing, it feels like you have a real connection with your subject. So a lot of times I will lay in water, lay on the ground. I've climbed up trees. I've done all sorts of really crazy stuff for shots. This is a tricolored heron. So as you get low, it improves all of your background. It creates a very powerful photo of just your subject, not everything else. If I would have stood, you would have seen all the water behind, you wouldn't have seen any of the grasses, and it would have been not anywhere close to a nice shot. Getting closer. So as you approach your subjects, Just make sure you don't rush in quickly, you don't make a lot of eye contact, move casually, and many times birds are very tolerant if you move slowly towards them. This is one I was able to get quite close to as he was feeding in the air. This is a golden-winged warbler. Oh, the last one was a chestnut-collared longspur. And I think my favorite thing to photograph is interesting interactions between birds. Just a portrait of a bird is nice, but I really like capturing interactions and behaviors. So if you find a group of birds, a lot of times there'll be territorial disputes with feeding or breeding grounds, so you can find some really cool action shots. This is a black tern. If you just park in the road near a nesting colony, and you like open the door, the black terns come and hover and yell at you the entire time. So I knew they would do this, and I didn't stay very long, but I was able to get this awesome shot of him flying right in my face before we moved on. Spruce grouse doing a breeding display. So if you're there during the times of year where birds are displaying, it's easy to pick up on some of these displays that they give to the females, who are usually rather uninterested, actually. Preening behavior, that's always a fun one. Got a tricolored heron adjusting some feathers here. Feeding behavior, this is a violet-crowned hummingbird. So if you find a place that a bird is feeding on berries or feeding at flowers, usually if you wait, you can easily catch them doing some feeding behavior and they'll stay in one spot. So here's just an example. This is kind of a crappy photo of an American toad. So I went out and I just took this shot. So how can we make this better? How can we improve this? And this is something anyone can do no matter what type of equipment you have. So here's the problems. We've got this bright, distracting stick. The background's really messy. There's this big leaf in the bottom that's blocking it. So the very first thing I do is I move my feet. I move a little left, right, up, down. Where's the better shot? Where's the better angle? Just by moving up a step and slightly left, I've already almost eliminated all of the issues with this shot. I moved one more time and it's completely different. So no matter which type of gear you have, it is possible to obtain good photos if you're thinking about it in this manner. And a lot of times going from like a horizontal shot, when you've got like a tall, elongated bird, if you just go to vertical, it looks so much nicer. So I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on post-processing because that's a whole another deal, but the only thing I wanna say about it is you really cannot make a bad photo good. I hear a lot of times like people say, oh, well, that's photoshopped. Yeah, but if it's not a good photo, you're not gonna fix it. It's not gonna happen. So you can edit cameras on most of the phones nowadays, so you don't have to buy expensive photo processing programs. Sometimes cameras even come with their own photo processing like software as well. The last thing I want to say about post-processing, as you look through photos on the internet, just keep in mind that most of these are processed photos. So when I first started, I got very discouraged because I would go out in the field and I would spend all this time out there and I would take all these photos and they wouldn't look anything like what I'm seeing everyone else post, and I couldn't figure out why. And I didn't realize that people were working at feeder setups, that they were planning stuff to make things easier for them, and that there was a lot of editing going on. So this Cerulean warbler, this is not the shot I took. That's the shot I took. So as a challenge, I did not want this distracting tree in my background, so I took the whole thing out, I rebuilt it, and I moved the branches from the right over. So that's the shot I edited. So that's not real. So when you're out and you're taking photos and you see this great stuff online, especially also with the addition of AI now, there's gonna be a lot of stuff. So my message is to not compete against other people when you're out there doing photography. Compete against yourself. Try for you to get a better shot because you never know what people are doing to their photos in processing. So the shot on the left's really great, but it's not real. And the biggest piece of advice is practice. You don't get any better by sitting at home. Get out in the field, take as many photos as you can, and I only show the best 1% of my 1%. I mess stuff up all the time. I have awful photos and bad exposures, and I mess stuff up, but I don't show that to anybody. So when you see like a really good photographer, they're not good all the time, I promise. Like, there's mistakes happening, but I'm still out there all the time practicing, learning. You're never done learning with this. Photography is really, it's a marathon. It's not something you pick up and learn right away. I've been doing this for about a decade. I've been guiding for 5 years. And I'm still learning things, especially with all the new camera advances all the time. So this is like a poor photo of a tree swallow that I took back in 2012. And that's a more recent one. You can see the improvement. I'm not even really sure what species of bird this is. I think it's a palm warbler, but this was from like 2013 when I had just gotten a camera and was still learning. That's a palm warbler I've taken much more recently. Here's a collection of incredibly bad photos that I took when I started out. I know, they're really good, right? I'm so proud. I'm not even sure if the photo on the left middle is a bird. It might be a pile of leaves. I'm not entirely sure. But this is a collection of really, I'm not sure there's a bird in the bottom left one either. But this is stuff that I started out with. This is how I started. It is not something that you learn to do by next week, next month, next year. It's something that takes a lot of time and practice and work. And I'm not showing you these images to brag, but I'm showing you that you can go from that to this. If you take the time and you put the work in and you practice, you can go from possibly a clump of leaves to some very nice bird photos. All right, any questions from anyone? How am I doing on time? Questions? Oh yes, I don't know if they're gonna bring the microphone. Just holler, Bella. No, I can't. I'll repeat the question.
Thank you so much. My question was about the motion shot. So sometimes we also set the the shutter speed low so we can get a kind of motion track. How do you decide what to do? And also I got a second question, how do you preset your cameras? That's all, thank you.
So I'll start with the second one because it's easier. I always preset based on the light. I set my exposures based on the light conditions, and there's no settings. I have people say, well, what's the best setting I can use for bird photography? Well, that varies. That varies every time, all the time. It changes every minute, which is why photography is so hard. So I make that decision based on my own personal level. I know what I can handhold at, what I'm comfortable capturing movement and motion at, based on the camera that I'm comfortable using. But it always comes back to the light. Light's number one in photography. If you don't have light, you don't have a photo. So I base every decision on that. For shutter speed, I know that I can capture motion at 1/250th of a second with some wing blur. So I go as fast a shutter as the light allows me to. With slow shutters, it still comes back to the light, but you want to start working about 1/50th of a second to start showing some motion blur with like the smaller birds. Larger birds, you're going to need to go even slower. So it's a lot of times, I don't spend a lot of time doing that, so I'll take shot, look, adjust, shot. So it's very fast. I'm adjusting in the field as I go. Yes. Could we have the microphone back, please? Another question? No, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a really great presentation with some bit of humor. Personally, I love photography. I'm an artist and I really love photography. I haven't been doing birds until recently when I got a lens that is slightly longer than what I've been using. But there's something I wanted to ask. Do you focus on only pictures or do you also do videos? Because with videos and birds, I bet you'd need like 100% kind of patience. I was going to ask about the shutter and the settings, and she did, and thank you very much for asking that.
I don't do a lot of video. I find that if you do one thing, you should focus on that and do that, because when I'm in the field, if I go birding, I take binoculars. I do not take a camera, because if I take a camera, then I start photographing, and then I turn into like this crazy person. I don't know where to look, and I get frustrated. So it's the same with video. If you're going to do video, then you need to set up for that specifically. Now, the cameras I use are very good quality video, but you need a special like head for the camera. You need a special sort of tripod head for doing that sort of motion to keep it steady. So I do a tiny little bit of video for like our website and things like that here and there and for social media. But if you're going to do something, I suggest doing one thing and focusing specifically on that, because you're gonna want to have the correct gear for each of those things to try and just switch back and forth. If you look through the few videos I've shot, they're terrible. They're like all like jittery, and to like trim them way down so it's like 4-second clips where it's not a hot mess. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, so you're gonna wanna get a specialty video panning head. So you can use probably the same gear you're already using, but to have that tension, to keep it smooth and slow, you'll want a tripod to have that on. And that's what I would focus on. It's very hard to flip back and forth. Anyone else?
Okay. Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you so much, Shami, for that great class. Tomorrow she will be giving to us many cameras she carried all the way from the United States to here for the women birders. When they asked about those interested in photography, I didn't see many hands. So I'm worried I will keep these cameras with me. Yet I'm not a woman, so they are for women birders. So we'll see what happens. Thank you very much, Jamie, for this good presentation. Just, you know, there's a difference between photographing people and nature, okay? And if you're involved in this business of tourism, you really need quality photos. Many, many times I get people asking me for photos. I've been giving out photos all the time. I don't think I can claim any photo in this world because I always share photos. But I think it's time now. Start thinking about investing in buying good equipment and show our countries how beautiful they are through our photos, our own photographs, okay? So I know the women birders in Uganda are going to take this opportunity of starting photography, but it requires a lot of commitment, like you had since morning. You have to be patient, you have to be someone who is committed to doing this to be able to get the quality photos, and we really need the photos. Of course, many artists, the people who do drawings, they'll be very happy to look at the photos you have taken so that they can make better drawings, and that's very good, which we must work on this country. Now, her being a photographer should be inspiring many women birders here. Tomorrow I will ask her son to come with a camera. Can you come here briefly? Just come briefly. Briefly. Just come briefly. Sorry, unexpected, but just come. I trust you. Just come here. Just greet these people, tell them your name.
I'm Mason Cunningham, the son of Jamie Cunningham over there, who just gave that wonderful presentation. Yeah.
So in my country, at his age, they can't say, they will say mommy. You know what it means? We remain Mami until when we are 30. But at his age, he's free to say Chami. That's not the point, what I wanted him to come here. I have seen him, I saw him yesterday with a big camera. I'll ask him tomorrow to come with it. And then we start thinking about when should we introduce our children to these things? Yes. When should they start photography? At his age, he's able to take good photos. He can hold a big camera. It's not about poverty. It's not about, it's about determination. Focusing your children on what they can be. Yeah? So you are very lucky you have got quite a number of young people here who will be inspiring you tomorrow. There will be, I will ask Jamie and Jeff in the next few days to have a clinic outside in the field for those who will be interested to go and learn how to maybe take photos and do digiscoping to be able to learn. So tomorrow prepare to come and tell us, what's your favorite bird in US? Your favorite bird?
My favorite bird, I can't really choose a favorite, to be honest. I've seen so many incredible species, 100, maybe closer to 200, possibly, and I'm still discovering more, especially now on this trip. I've still got plenty of days ahead of me to see many other different types of birds than I already have seen. But
What would be the favorite for Uganda so far?
Uganda for sure would be the shoebill.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I see the Shubir girl is excited. We have a Peter girl, now we have a Shubir girl, Judith. She didn't talk about, but she's a Shubir girl. Now we have a green-breasted Peter girl. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite this gentleman here to share with us how he does digiscoping. The word digiscoping, I don't know, I think many of you have not yet appreciated it in your vocabulary. Digiscoping. Okay? You're going to talk about this? Oh, yeah. Digiscoping is one of those things people must know, and the girls must know this. This is a Women Birders conference. Therefore, women must know how to do digiscoping. Thank you very much, Jeff. Talk to the people.
Thanks, Herbert. I appreciate you. First of all, I just feel very awkward here. I feel like the last person that should be speaking to you, but thank you so much for allowing me to come. I've been a big fan. Herbert and I have known each other longer than a lot of the panelists have probably been alive. And we've been talking about coming to Uganda for years. I was aware of the Ugandan Women's Birding Program from the onset, and I think it's just one of the most progressive, wonderful programs, maybe anywhere in birding. It's really inspiring. Again, I may be the wrong person to be speaking to you. Apologies, but I'm honored and thrilled to be here to speak to you. Without getting too caught up in that, I will say that everything that Jamie just said to you, I'm probably the anti-Jamie. I do everything wrong. I don't carry a camera. I don't own any post-processing. The whole reason for me to start photography is because I've birded for, well, it's over 4 decades now, we'll put it that way, and at a very serious level. When I first started, photography was horrible. There weren't good lenses. It was all film photography. And if you go back and look at books from before you were born that have pictures in them, and you look at those pictures, there'll be these grainy, pixelated blobs that everyone would delete now. So I guess I just never got into it. I didn't grow up and learn my birding at a time when photography was being done. So this is my camera. I only shoot my phone. I mostly do it for documentation. I don't have patience. Maybe that's another problem. With digiscoping, I find myself having to back up more than getting closer is a bigger problem. So it's a different world. But for me, I don't want a camera. I don't want to be a photographer. I don't consider myself a photographer. I want to document what's out there, but again, through practice and good gear, and as the phones have gotten better, the pictures are actually pretty good, and that's what I want to teach everybody. If you don't want to be a photographer, if you don't want to have, a DSLR, and you want to bird watch first and foremost and shoot from the hip along the way, that's what I do. So were a very good complement. On the surface, we're speaking kind of about the same thing, but in a lot of ways, it's completely different. So with that, obviously, I've had a few days here. You can put up the program, I'm sorry. Switch over from my ugly mug. We get the presentation on the screen? There we go. Yeah, so I've been here a few days, appreciating some of the Ugandan wonderful birding and wildlife already. It's been a great time. You can see I've managed to already capture a few of your specialties. Which one do we work here? Just any arrow? Oh boy. Hey, there we go. Yeah, just an idea. But again, just with the phone, through the spotting scope primarily. I've been doing a thing this year, which I'll never do again. Somehow I kind of got sucked into taking a lot of pictures, and I realized by the end of the first week of the year that I'd photographed over 100 bird species that I'd managed to digiscope with my phone. Then I got invited to go speak at the Columbia Bird Fair, and then I did a digiscoping workshop at the, or not workshop, but a team for the Champions of the Flyway in Israel. And the next thing I know, it's March, and I've already photographed like 400 plus species of birds. And I said, I wonder how many species I could get in a year, just kind of beating my own record. At some point, I was stupid enough to use the term big year. I don't know what possessed me to do that, but as soon as I threw that gauntlet down, I felt like I had to try really hard to get more birds. So as of now, I'm at 799 bird species that I photographed through the spotting scope, and I'm pushing for 1,000 this year. We'll see. I'm calling it a world record until someone can prove me wrong otherwise, because I don't think anyone's ever been stupid enough to do this. So I'm going with it, you know, but it's good marketing. But yeah, I've taken a lot of pictures, I've made a lot of mistakes, and my goal here is to teach people how to easily, without a lot of knowledge, take the best pictures you can with the gear you have, okay? So some of the locals have been mixed response. I've met some of the locals in the field, you know, and as you can see, the response has been varied from mildly curious to just absolutely amazed and shocked, and I'm not sure what the third one's trying to tell me. Yeah, it's been a different approach that they've never seen. So that's digiscoping. Digiscoping comes from digital, using some form of a digital device, be it a camera, a tablet, your smartphone, behind a scope. Okay, so that's where the term came from. I want to backtrack a little bit, and I thank my model here. Where'd she go? She's not. Oh yeah, there she is in the back. Thank you very much for putting up with me. I was like, ooh, a common bulbul. You know, she didn't laugh at me. I was very, very thankful. At any rate, most birders have binoculars, right? That's the #1 tool. And the one thing that I've noticed here, even when I asked Herbert, I said, what can we bring over? What would be most useful? He said binoculars, because it's a numbers game. I appreciate what everyone said earlier about the challenges of buying your gear. The good news is, unlike camera bodies and things, once you get your binoculars and your spotting scope, you can hold on to them for 10, 20 years if you're lucky. You know, they don't change dramatically because there's no electronic components. But yeah, the binoculars where you all start, but I think it's important to also realize at some point, and I think I'm just planting a seed, because not only do we have the users, the people going out into the field using the gear, but also there's, you know, some of the planners and the facilitators here, people that don't necessarily understand this intuitively. But I think it's important for the Ugandan women's birders to think long-term and suggest that I need a spotting scope, okay? At a certain point in time, and that's kind of what the next thing's gonna be, a binocular is only gonna get you so far. As a guide owner and a tourism destination, your guests are gonna wanna have a better view, you know, and scopes are not just for distance, but for a better view of a close-up subject as well. And I think we should try and work on some sort of a midterm solution to be able to provide spotting scopes as, you know, the women birders, the ones that are kind of graduating to the next level, to have a program, okay? What I can tell you, I'd love to say I can give a binocular and a spotting scope to everyone in this room. That's not realistic. We have budgets, you know. But what I can promise with Koa Sporting Optics, we are very, very, as a company, dedicated to birding. I love this program. I will do everything in my power to make equipment as available as I can to all of you. I'll make that plea right now. So we'll find ways, you know, but baby steps. Okay, so the one thing, because everyone has a binocular, simple thing to do, of course, is slap my phone behind the binocular. Now, an 8X binocular and a 10X binocular, from a straight up equivalent lens, you're shooting about a 400 and a 500 millimeter lens, basically, when you put the phone behind there, just relative magnification. Spotting scopes are where most of the work's done, and it's a whole different levels we'll get into in a little bit. But again, just to demonstrate what I was talking about with the spotting scopes, this is an idea of a couple hundred feet maybe is realistic, you know, threshold of what you can identify for a small bird. What kind of details can you see? Are those rings there for an 8X, 10X binocular maybe? To put it into comparison, these rings would represent what a spotting scope will do to you and give you the same size image and the same size bird, all right? And that's why spotting scopes become important. It allows you to get more effective. You can be a better guide because you're able now, things that were lost to you with just binoculars are now available, and you can see what those birds are. And I'm talking details too. Obviously, the experienced birders all know that at a mile away, when you learn the way a bird holds its wings or its wing flap, without saying any markings, you know what it is intuitively, right? But I'm talking more the markings that you can make out in this case. So here is pictures that I just took at lunchtime, so don't judge me, Jamie. But it's an idea, again, a physical demonstration of what I'm talking about. So everyone talked about the marabou stork and how much we love them, right? I've been hearing that all day. And there, of course, is a marabou stork with my camera or my lens set at about a 50 millimeter, which is about 1x. That's what it looks like to the eye. That little red arrow, if you see that little dashy kind of light spot on top of the tree, that's the marabou stork at about 600 feet. When I shoot at through the same lens, same magnification through the binoculars, we get that. Okay, so that would be the equivalent of like a 400 millimeter lens at the 600 feet that I'm at, without cropping in, doing anything. This is through the spotting scope at minimum power, and of course, spotting scopes have zooms, so we can do this. All right, and that's what I guess I'm trying to suggest. I didn't creep up on that bird. I didn't lay on my belly. I've never laid on my belly, by the way. I won't do that. I don't get wet. I remember there was at one of the festivals, there was one of these birding safaris, and they all got out their little sleds and were crawling across the beach. And I was digiscoping in the back, and I was digiscoping over their heads from like 50 feet back, so it was still kind of a low angle. And I remember at the end, these guys came back and said, "Look what I got." I said, "Yeah, I got the same one in about 5 minutes." And I saw 3 parasitic Jaegers and this and that, and I rattled off 40 birds that I'd seen. Well, they were just focused on the one. So that's not me. I can't do that. I am a birder, not a photographer. But anyway, that's the idea. You want to be able to extend your reach. You want to be able to give your clients a better experience, and a spotting scope helps you to do that. So these are tools that we got to find ways, I think, roll it into the program at a certain level, you know, when a guide reaches a certain threshold, that we need to find a way to get them a spotting scope as well as part of their kit, all right? So that said, what is digiscoping? I already described that. Here's a variety of different kits, just to give you an idea. We're going to just talk about the math a little bit, right? So this spotting scope, and this is the old version of it that I've got on the screen there, but same idea, has a 25 to 60 power magnification on it. Again, binoculars that you can hand hold at about 10 power. Anything above that's really hard to hold steady. So we're talking about 6 times more magnification than a 10x binocular would provide. When you're doing the digiscoping math, what you want to do is figure out the equivalent lens that you're shooting for. Now in this particular one, the iPhones will list the specs, but that setup right there offered up to a 3,360 millimeter lens equivalent. So again, much bigger than a 400 millimeter lens. You don't have the need, or sometimes you can't get closer to a bird. Sometimes it's over water. Sometimes it's maybe an endangered species and you don't want to push it. You can stay back, be ethical, and get the same size. I'm not suggesting you go out and throw out your cameras. A mated camera lens system with autofocus and image stabilization will always do a better job than digiscoping, but again, just trying to help folks do the best with what they have. On most of the newer phones anymore, they have multiple lenses on the back, and that's become one of the greatest, probably, boons for digiscoping. This was the old 11 Pro Max. It had a 28 millimeter and a 56 millimeter lens. When you're trying to figure out the lens equivalents, you take the lens that you're shooting through on the phone, and you literally multiply it by the power of magnification on the eyepiece. So it's going to be anywhere from 25 to 50 times greater than what's listed there. And that's where we get to the almost 3,400 millimeter of lens. Now I'm shooting with the 14 Pro Max, and it has the 3X lens, which goes up to 77 millimeter. Long story short, that pushes it up to, approaching a 5,000 millimeter lens. If we put an extender on the scope, you can get even bigger. So these are theoretical, but just giving the idea. The big advantage of digiscoping is you're shooting with what you have, and it offers focal lengths that aren't available in other camera systems. That's a curse and a blessing, which we'll get into in a little bit here. So again, most people think of scopes are only used for things very far away. I need a scope for sea watching, or I'm going to be doing hawk watching at distance and trying to look at visible migration coming at me, and the birds may not get close, so I'm going to need a scope. And obviously you can use scopes for very distant subjects. The moon's at, 240,000 almost miles from Earth. Jupiter, 395 million miles away. Saturn's 841 million miles away. And this is just with my phone shot through the scope. And again, Jamie, I don't even own Photoshop, so apologies. We should have done it the other way around so you could look at the real pretty pictures afterwards, but it's all good. But because of very good equipment, because of the massive magnification, you can get good detail, especially with good glass. I'll go back. Mourning dove, bank swallow, which you have here, and green orchid bee. And a palm warbler with palms. You don't get them like that where you come from, I know. So one of the things I want to talk about with this massive magnification, you talked about the blurry background. It's almost a given with digiscoping. I mean, it's more difficult to get background included because of the massive magnification. As you increase magnification, a couple things happen. One, the circle of light gets smaller, but also what you see from side to side gets smaller as well. Like the difference between an 8 power binocular and a 10 power binocular, you can see more side to side than the 10. But the same thing happens front to back. What is in focus front to back becomes very shallow as you get to these huge magnification ranges. So getting good bouquet is something that pretty much happens without trying. Again, just trying to give a sort of a graphic feel of what the image would look like at comparable distance. With a 400 millimeter lens, on the right, you'd have to be that distance for a bird, say the size of a northern gray-headed sparrow. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I'm going with it. Or, using the spotting scope. So you can see, again, it's an advantage that you don't have to get close to the bird. There's no, I'm going to creep up on the bird, move slowly. Generally speaking, it just happens automatically. So it allows you to get images from birds further away. And again, that blurred background just happens all the time. That's a Savannah sparrow from the US and the green orchid bee in flight. And Jamie, you see, look what I did. The first one I cropped in, but I put some stuff in it. All right, thank you. Okay, when it works very well. A lot of times it doesn't work. And I've made every mistake you can make digiscoping. I don't try to get good photos. I don't sit in blinds. I'm way too impatient. I just want to see every bird, and then when I see it, oh, that's nice, you know, and move on. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But tricolored heron, you know, headshot. When you're shooting, so we're going to get into the real tips part of this now. I'm going to teach you some of the things not to do and how to recognize what you did wrong. So this is what I call being a photo detective. When you look at what happened here, what went wrong with the setup, and a lot can go wrong when you're dealing with these massive magnifications. So the photo fails, as I call these, this is the section on photo fails. I've made them all, and the one thing that I try and do when I share these with people is just help people understand what you did wrong, help you through the learning curve a little quicker because I've already made the mistake. So if I can mentor people and help them, it's like this is what not to do. That's what we'll try and do. So this is obviously a beautiful picture of a Kentucky warbler that I took. So it makes for a very good photo fail. I didn't keep it because it was emotional, Jamie. I did it because it's instructional, just so you know. So some of the common photo fails, one of the very most common is alignment issues, and we'll get into that in a little bit. And that has to do with, remember, you're taking two pieces of kit that were never meant to work together, you know. They were not designed to work together. It's not like a mated lens and a camera body that are machined to work together. You're trying to couple together things that make no sense and were never meant to work together. So, you know, having a good solid alignment makes a big difference. And we'll show what it looks like when it's not aligned properly and how you can fix it. Motion blur and vibration is one of the real biggies at massive magnification. That just happens very commonly, and we'll see that as well and how you can tell which of these it is. Missed focus, that speaks for itself. Exposure issues, talk about a little bit about exposure. And glare and reflection as the big ones, and I think there's one more, yeah, atmosphere. Now atmosphere, well, I won't jump ahead, we'll get to it. So we're going to talk with alignment issues because this is the #1 problem with digiscoping. Let me back up a little bit. How many people tried digiscoping at some point, or digiphoning, or anything, right? And the first thing that I will say, if you can invest, you're talking about the cost of equipment, one of the cheapest pieces of equipment you can get that you'll soon love and learn to love very quickly is a digiscoping adapter. I don't like to say I'm lazy. I prefer energy conscious. You know, I don't like to, I just like things that work simply, and I get frustrated when it doesn't. So when I have a good adapter and I can just, it's kind of what I call dummy proof, which I need, it slaps on there, it's completely always centered. I don't have that issue. So that would be a suggestion. But looking at alignment issues here, we can see here how in the graphic, the phone is not square to the eyepiece, right? It's at a cant. And when that happens, you get this sort of weird, the circle's pushed all to one side, it's shadowed on the other side. And you can see right there where the problem is. So when you see that, you can just square up the phone, and you should get a nice sort of centered circle if you're shooting with a 1x lens like this, and it should be crisp, sharp-edged, all right? So here's another thing that is easy to demonstrate. I wear glasses, so I usually keep these eye cups down. If I were to take off my glasses and kind of mash those into my eye with the eye cups down rather than twisting them up, I'm going to see effects like this. I'm going to see these weird sort of shadowed arcs. And that's telling you the lens in your eye is too close to the lens in the optic, and you need to, you know, raise up the eye cups in order to make that a better situation. It's the exact same thing with a camera lens. It will tell you the same thing. When you get too close, here's examples of what it looks like at a 25 power, 60 power on the magnification, and then when it's right. So if you're seeing those weird shadowed like crescent moon arcs like this that aren't uniform, generally what you have to do is bring up your eye cup to get the lens and the camera further away from the lens and the eyepiece. And it's just this exactly the same as what you see with your eye. So it mirrors that exactly. So that's the one thing to look for. When you've got the proper distance between the two lenses, it's going to be a nice crisp circle in the blue sky. If you've got like a uniformly blue sky or a white wall, is a great spot to look for that, because if it's not uniform, you'll get these weird shadows, which will just, take away from focus and your exposure. I don't remember what I was going to say here. I'm giving a graphic example of what I just said. That's why I'm jumping ahead. Sorry, people. I blame jet lag. So, again, you can twist out the eye cup, and when we do that, that's going to fix those shadowed arcs. All right? Go back again. See, there's graphic example of the shadows. We twist up the eye cup, it disappears. Okay. Once we get that ring, you've got that ring around there, you can leave it like that and crop it out later. Or the beautiful thing about a spotting scope, again, you've got the versatility of zoom here. So we can twist up the zoom collar and get rid of that vignetted circle by running up the optical zoom on the eyepiece. Now, when you do that, you are reducing the amount of light reaching the back, so it's going to create a slower shutter speed. So if you can't stop the motion, sometimes it's better to shoot with that circle and worry about it later. You can always crop it out. If that doesn't work, you can also use the digital zoom on the phone, but generally speaking, that's the last thing you want to do. You want to try and use what we call the optical zoom here rather than cropping in, but you can indeed, use the old pinch technique. All right, so here's another beautiful photo fail, and if I look at this one, it just seems, you look throughout the photo, look at the background, look in the foreground, it just seems like nothing's in focus, right? It's just out of focus. And when I see that, I'm pretty certain that two things. Either I just had the focus wrong, or there was too much vibration, too much motion in the system so that I couldn't get a crisp image. Motion blur, vibration. So stability is key. With a spotting scope, again, because you're dealing with massive magnification, having a good solid tripod is key. It makes such a good difference, The other thing about it too is whenever possible, if you've got legs that can come up higher, rather than using the center column, it's going to be much more stable when it's pinned down there, because now you've got 3 different legs that are supporting it. When you raise the center column like this, now what's happening, okay, you've got just this one stem, so there's going to be a lot more wind vibration and wind motion. So that's just a sort of a trick. Make sure everything's locked in place. If this is loose, it can still wiggle a lot, so just lock everything in. So stability is the key there. There's also some hacks. So with iPhones in particular, the volume buttons can be used, for those that love their selfies, you can kind of, hey, and hit the volume button to take a photo with. Because the volume button works as a shutter, you can get a pair of earbuds that have a volume in the cord, plug it in, be pressing that button, and it works exactly like a cable release would on a camera. So again, you don't have to touch the system and cause vibration. So that's one of the good hacks. Some companies also will make like a Bluetooth remote that hooks to your phone through Bluetooth, and you can press a button in the same way I am here. There's a Bluetooth remote that we're using on the projector to take a picture. I know a lot of the Samsungs, you can literally be like, take a picture, and it will, but that's kind of bad idea, when the green-breasted pitta is under the table and you're, take a picture. So that one may not be necessarily what you want to do, depends on your bird. And if none of those tricks work, again, you can reduce the zoom, keep the vignette in, and what that will do, more light's reaching the camera and the sensor, so it's automatically going to set for a quicker shutter speed and allow you to be able to do that. The other trick is, of course, all of these can be put to a 3-second timer, I think, or a 2-second timer. So my thought on that is I get something first, even if it's blurry. I'm shooting for documentation purposes. For the purpose of my digiscoping big year that I've now put my foot in my mouth and have called it, My rule is I have to take it through the Kowa optics, and it has to be identifiable. That's all I'm shooting for. If it's identifiable, if I can show you that picture and say, what's that? And you can tell me what it is, it's a win. It's on the check. Yeah, so it's a totally different approach than Jamie, right? But that's the idea. But you can indeed, I'll take a blurry picture first, then I can move to timer, because of course timer, you don't know the bird's gonna stay. So I would say get one in the bank and then try and make it better if you can. Okay. Here we go. This is gonna be missed focus again, but in this case, if you notice, the bird, I have real trouble with Kentucky warblers. I think because they stay in the brush and they don't show themselves very long, I go, ah! And I, don't have a lot of time to fix it. But you can see what's going on here, I think, for those that take pictures a lot. You can see that stick in the foreground is just perfectly focused. It's so crisp, and I missed the bird entirely. So in this case, the autofocus has selected the brush in the foreground, right? And the poor bird got left out in the cold. So how do we fix that? Well, happily, there's ways to do that too. So on the phones, you can see here's a graphic example. Again, the fern is in focus, the bird is out of focus, right? Like that. But to do that, what you have to do on the iPhones, and I think it works the same on the Samsungs, you press and hold your screen. And in this case, it's on the fence. I would do it on the eye or bill of the bird, right? Put my finger right, poke it right in the eye, and hold it down until you see this, AE-AF lock. What that's done now, it's locked your exposure, and it's locked your focus point. So if the focus point is on those leaves in the foreground, go back to that. No, not that one. Hold on. Oops. Anyway, hold that down. Once your focal point is locked, and it's locked on that stick, then the camera's not going to search anymore, okay? It's not going to search for focus. It's locked on that point. All I have to do then is go to the fine focus wheel on my spotting scope. So if it's on those sticks in the foreground, I just roll that right past the sticks until I get the bird in focus and I can take the picture. So that's the idea there. And again, we'll just adjust the focus at that point once the focus is locked until it looks good to the eye. Take your picture. A lot of people will use a loop. Again, those people are more serious than I am. Going back to that simplicity. You know, if you heard about the KISS theory, they call it, K-I-S-S, keep it simple, stupid. I tend to live my life by that KISS principle. But you can indeed utilize a loop like this to really get razor sharp focus. A lot of people do that. I'm not one of them. But when it all works, you can even get Kentucky warblers kind of in focus. So there we go. So glare and reflection. That one's harder to deal with. And if you're not using an adapter and you're kind of hovering out here, what can happen is the sun can bleed through the side and reflect off this top lens. And then you'll get these weird shadows. You can see like the branches that are behind me are kind of overlaid across that, or you get these green spots because, again, the sun's reflecting off of there. You can shade it like this with your hand, just kind of hold it over like so if you're doing the hover technique without an adapter. Sometimes some universal adapters, because they don't fit completely like this one, there's no way for the sun to get in, but you can still get sun bleeding in from the top. If you're seeing any of that weird kind of, hey, where are these green spots coming from, or something that looks like it's reflected from behind you, if you just kind of hold your hand over top of the thing, it'll disappear. All right, exposure compensation. Now, go back to what we were talking about before. When we hold down on the phone until you get auto exposure, autofocus lock, we already talked about at that point we can override the focus by using the mechanical focus on the spotting scope. But also, if you slide up or down on the screen when the exposure is locked, I move up, it's going to get brighter. I move down, it's going to get darker. I don't need to know f-stops or anything about shutter. It's just a matter of slide that up and down until the subject, the bird, at that point, looks properly exposed. And this one's not. See the head's blown out on this bald eagle with some black vultures. These are American black vultures. But this gets us to, actually, you go back that one. Another problem with this one was an atmosphere problem too. Jamie was talking about earlier about getting low and getting at eye level. Actually, with massive magnification, you're also picking up all of the atmosphere between you and your subject, and that's where being further away is a problem. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do about bad air between you and your subject. If there's a lot of particulate matter, a lot of moisture in the air that's reflecting light, you know, you're just not going to be able to get really good close focus. And in those cases, there's two things to do. One, it can be ground effect like this, you know, kind of heat shimmer coming off the ground, and it dissipates as it gets higher. So in that case, it's just the opposite. Going higher can sometimes get you better air. If not, we're back to what you talked about. The only way to cure that is to get closer to your subject, or just take a blurry picture, which is fine with me. We talked earlier about shooting video. I shoot video all the time, you know, most of the time, actually. I probably shoot more video than stills because, candidly, the phones work really well for it. And the other thing, what I can do, this shot was a video, and once you have a video, what you can do is go through and pause it on the phone here. I'll just hit the pause button and then take the little slider below, and I can just take my fingers, slide back and forth, and look at individual frames until I get either the right set of feathers. If I'm trying to identify a bird, you know, did that thing have a white rump patch, you know? Or if you want to be artistic and catch the wings out, whatever else, you can catch that perfect moment, stop it there, and then just take a screenshot. There's my image. So most of the shoe bill stuff that I showed earlier, you know, there was, again, it was just kind of which one's in focus. Or, you know, I'm doing this on a boat too with a scope, so it was kind of whoa, whoa, whoa. So I had to find that right moment where maybe it was in the frame and in focus, right? So that's what we did there. Same with this thing. So these are osprey, of course. Okay, talk about a couple other neat things we can do with the phone in particular. What's this bird? So everyone familiar with Merlin, the Merlin app? Doesn't work really well over here because not enough people are using it, so you guys got to start using it so it gets smarter with the Ugandan birds. But Merlin is fun because I can literally put this on here. I can open up the app and identify it, or I can take a picture and immediately use Merlin to help me identify, or at least narrow down the choices of a bird, so it can be a good learning technique. It's a free app that's associated with the Cornell Laboratory of Ornithology and eBird. So I took this picture. It's a Myarchus flycatcher. I'm not sure which one it is. I open up the app, Merlin, and I click on Photo ID, and it will tell me, do I want to take a photo or choose a photo, right? So I'll choose a photo if I've already taken it, and then it will bring up the options. I choose the photo, you zoom it in so it fills most of the square, and you just hit next and identify, and oops, hey, stop it. And it will give you the best choices that eBird thinks that bird could be based on a data set of images that it has on file. So that's kind of fun too, you know, and it's a great learning tool that can help, especially, you know, as you know, the veterans pointed out on the panels earlier today, this is a long process. It takes a long time to get good with birds. Birding by ear and birding distribution, it's more than just the field marks, and you guys have weavers and green bulls, which I've decided I'm not going to do. Not on this trip, at least. I'm getting better, but they're tough, right? So, yeah, but that can help greatly. And even there's that shoot first, figure it out later mentality too, which is fantastic. If you just get an identifiable image or a reasonable image, you can always go back and lock down the ID, whereas you're based solely on what you remember after a little bit of time, especially as you get more gray hair like this, I find that I forget more than I remember. So it's harder to necessarily do that. How are we doing on time? Am I way over? Probably. I think I'm about done anyway, so that's it. I think, yeah, there it is. I need 200 more birds, 201 more birds images. So I'm banking on all of you to find me stuff. I got a couple in the yard earlier. Any questions anybody has on digiscoping or digital photography through the binoculars? Again, hopefully we can do some stuff in the field. Yes, we got Mike. Thank you. Right over there. Oh, you're in charge.
So there's always
It's on.
of the Kawa scopes, if one was just starting out.
Yes.
I just carry your absolutely fabulous small scope because I
Mhm.
travel so much. Can I get good digiscope images with that smallest
You can.
option for the scope?
You can. It's a little more difficult with that one because it doesn't have the wide angle eyepiece on it. But the wide angle eyepiece weighs more than half that whole scope. That's the problem. To get these beautiful wide angle zooms, you have to have a very wide eyepiece because light has to be bent at extreme angles back and forth like this to get that wider field. So you can. With the new phones, I would automatically suggest using like the 2x lens as your default because with the 1x lens, that circle is going to be that much more magnified. That green orchid bee in flight, I took with the little 55 actually, so can be done. I'll help you. I know people. Okay, another question back there.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Dawn Lillian,
Hello.
and I'm asking, can you also use a drone?
With a drone?
Yeah.
I've never used drones. I have to plead ignorance there. I mean, drones are really good and the photography on them, but I don't know, does anyone know any more about drones? What kind of focal lengths they provide, that's the thing. I don't know. I don't think they have a lot of magnification with drones is the thing. I don't know that for a fact, but I think they're pretty limited, much like trying to shoot with a cell phone without a binocular spotting scope. At any distance, it kind of gets difficult to get enough magnification with birds. That's the big problem with birds, obviously, as people pointed out earlier, elephants, giraffes, things, you don't hardly need optics, but we're trying to identify female sunbirds this big, at 30 foot above you in bad light, so it can be a difficult thing. Another question.
I don't know if I'm having many questions, but the first one is the plug you're using.
Yes.
Is it universal or it's only designated to Kowa?
On the adapter. So this is PhoneScope. Unfortunately, they don't have distribution over here. It's a U.S. company, but all they do is make adapters. And the way they make them is you buy them in two pieces. You buy one that's mated specifically to your phone, okay? And in that way, when I put this ring on it, it snaps down. I'm perfectly centered on the 1 and 2x lens. It's got a little locking tab here. Pull it up and listen. Locks into place, and it's perfectly centered on the 3x lens. The second part of it is they have this keyhole plastic ring, and they have a number of different rings. So you get the ring that is mated exclusively to the eyepiece you're using. So that one's for the spotting scope. I always keep another one close at hand. I got to remember which pocket it is, though, because you don't have a lot of time. And put it on like that. And I'll usually shoot in video mode, especially on a bird in flight. Again, I can be focusing here, be hands-free here, looking at the video, right? And then again, hopefully get 1 or 2 frames that I can identify what that bird was. So that's PhoneScope. It's S-K-O-P-E. You can talk to your clients and friends and neighbors in the U.S. Say, pick me up one. As gear goes, these things run about, they're under $100, so I mean, still expensive, but less expensive than most of the other gear that we're using. Again, we can find ways to get you that if people need those. Any other questions? Oh, another one.
I've used the two universal, the one of Goski and the one from China.
Yeah.
And the one from Goski is a bit stable.
Yep.
But it has movements the moment you plug it on.
Yep.
Have you ever used one? And do you have a way of stabilizing it so that it doesn't make movement, mainly on binoculars?
I've tried all of them, over the years, and I just really don't like universals. Universals are easy to find, and here's when it comes right down to it, it's a business decision, right? Universals are easy for distributors and dealers because they don't have to carry one SKU. To carry this line, they need 50. So you can find universal adapters readily, but because they are made more to keep selling it simplistic, not necessarily the best option for the consumer, it does make it more difficult because they have to be able to have movement in there, which, as you found out, it does suffer, the repeatability suffers. The one you mentioned, the first one, you said Swarovski's unit is pretty good. There's another one, Nova Grade, that's made out of metal, that's really good. I did bring a couple universal adapters and a couple spotting scopes that we're donating that go together. The universals are nicer for a guide because then you can also snap in your clients' phones, which makes it really nice. So it's kind of, there's no perfect solution, but the better machined they are, the better success you'll have, basically. Yeah.
This last one is going to specifically Goa.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from Germany, is there any other repair point?
No. With the next closest, there's no distribution. I checked that in Africa. There is one dealer in South Africa only, but as far as repairs go, it's you're stuck between Japan, our headquarters in Japan, and Germany are going to be the closest, unfortunately. Now, hopefully we can get more gear down here, we get distribution down here. When things like that happen, that's when repairs will kind of come to you, but there needs to be obviously enough of a work base to create, to pay for an office down here, right? So never say never, but right now, unfortunately, there's not one. Yeah.
Any more questions?
All right, well, thank you very much. Thanks for allowing me to speak to you today. It's been a really honor. I love what you do here.
Thank you, Jeff,
Thank you, sir.
for this great talk. I hope Ugandans, or the birders in this whole conservationists, you're going to think about to own equipment. My colleagues who are tour operators, beginning next year, I will be charging for every photo because you have heard from the horse's mouth. Tour operators, buy equipment. Don't send guides out there without binoculars. They may not necessarily be for only bird watchers. They are used for viewing things from far. Telescopes are important. You have a birding company. I know from the kitchen that we are going to start rating birding companies which claim to be birding companies, but they don't have birding equipment at their office. No library, at the office. It will be very, very important. Jeff, thank you very much for taking us through all this. I have learned a lot, and now I feel like I should now look for you. I think when I come to USA, maybe I look for you again and give you maybe, hire you for a day. We spend a whole day doing stuff.
I work cheap.
Yes. Jeff has brought us binoculars, telescopes, lots of stuff. You will see this tomorrow. Maybe you can win something, maybe. I will discuss with the Women Birders leadership to see what we can do, either to, we will see, we'll tell you what happened, but please make sure you don't miss tomorrow. It will be very important for you. There are pointers, those who know less are pointers, there are books, there are books, there are pointers, there are lots of things, so you might win something. I want to thank everybody for spending an entire day on this inaugural day. I really want to thank the ladies who came out to tell us their story, our fantastic story, inspirational story. And you realize that what happens in Uganda, it happens in Rwanda, it happens in South Africa, almost the same stories. And if we bring all these stories together, we can move to the next level. There was a talk about Rwanda. I happen to have been involved in Rwanda. I've been there training since 2006. Yeah, the interest is growing. I have a group of youth birders from the other province, Kivu province, There are about 10 girls. Actually, one was coming here, but her dad got an accident. She's gone away. She's not coming, but I think she's always joining us. There's a growing number of the women birders, of course, but small. They need more and more training. I want to thank all our colleagues who traveled from that far to be with us here for the whole day. You just started, you ladies and gentlemen who are here. Tomorrow we have a fantastic day. Tomorrow is the official opening of this conference. You must come in time. We shall begin with the inspection of the exhibition. If you want to exhibit your things, please get down there and get space. If you want to put your banners here, you can still bring them here. You'll get permission from the ladies there who are putting on white. They will first inspect if it is relevant to bird watching or tourism. We will have government officials, other dignitaries will come here to witness how history evolves to another level. We will have good speeches. If you know you have something to say, you have to talk to me, because tomorrow I'll be behind the scenes or in front to make sure we have a fantastic day. And I should say thank you very much. We meet tomorrow. Tea, coffee, everything's waiting for you there. Please don't go without, having a bite, and also networking. If you have not come with a business card, please make sure you go and print. Tomorrow you exchange your business cards. You never know. Much as we are talking about Women Birders Conference, talk about business, you need to exchange, talk about these things. If you have accent issues, please go to Jeff. You learn how to speak American English.
I can barely speak it myself. I might have did it wrong.
Yes, let's encourage other people to come tomorrow and be able to make it. I thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Good evening.